Okay, welcome to this short 10-minute talk about history. A welcome to the New Zealanders who are here for the next session. And I'm very honoured to have somebody whose talk yesterday did so much more than mine. Thank you for being here. Okay, I'm not wearing the Hong Kong Wikimania t-shirt because I get cold in the air conditioning. However, I would have been wearing it, and I must say I was very pleased that yesterday there were a few people from the 2013 Wikimania who were wearing their t-shirt. Normally, if I was giving a talk, I would make sure I did my acknowledgement of country from where this came from, but because I've basically 2 short TED Talks to try to fit a lot in, I'll leave my acknowledgements to the session this afternoon, which I'm doing about Wiki Club West, and there'll probably be more acknowledgements than actual talk. So, when I went to Hong Kong Wikimania in 2013, 10 years ago, I became very aware of the relatively one-dimensional perspective, as I perceived it, of the explanation of a place or a building in Western Australia, Tasmania or Indonesia, which were the subject areas of my interest at the time. It was very close to conventional encyclopedia format. Maybe a single photo and an article, a short collection of key references for most topics and subjects of interest. Now, when I come to Singapore Wikimania 10 years later, I've become absolutely enthused by the potential. Now I'm talking about potential. Extra dimensions available for the editor or the contributor, the reader, and the actual history of the item considered. So the point is that now we have Wikipedia, we have Wikisource, we have Commons, including structured data, and we have Wikidata. When you combine all of these together, what happens is that the dimensionality to the information that you can have about a thing or a place is just amazing. The potential for each of the identified parts for the larger project is able to offer depths of knowledge well beyond the conventional encyclopedia entry. So whereas in 2013 we were talking about our parallels with EB, Britannica, as being on a par because we were relatively one-dimensional, now Wikipedia is just an absolutely amazing space. And what is interesting is that the original idea for the longer version of this talk was relative to the issues that come from Stephen and from Julian. I've met Julian, but I don't think he can remember me. But Stephen, conflict of interest alert, we went to university together. He's now the professor, I'm the Wikipedian. Okay, well, close to professor. So what I would have liked to have elaborated on was how the Perth foreshore, on Wikipedia, we have the Perth foreshore development and the preceding item, which is the esplanade. Now, Wikipedians went at some length. It would be like people in Auckland going out and looking at a part of the harbour where there's suddenly a new construction and to see what was there before. We were extraordinarily lucky. Wiki Club West, in its earlier manifestation, was able to go out and on what was available at the time, get material into English Wikipedia, into Commons, about the earlier stage. Now, Perth foreshore is almost like parts of the Singapore River. The development of that would be a half-hour talk somewhere over a coffee if anybody really wanted to. The feng shui is astonishing. But the important thing on Wikipedia's part is that we had the capacity in Perth to actually go as a group and have a wiki takes before all the developments happened on Perth's foreshore, and we've had a follow-up since to show the difference. So whereas Stephen was talking to people who had been on the river long before all the big construction, we were there doing stuff before Julian. We probably even gave Julian ideas, but he doesn't necessarily acknowledge us. The whole thing, the whole crux of what I'd like to, if I was to reduce this to even less than a TED Talk, is what we have available now is just so amazing compared to what we had 10 years ago. And it's really important that if we have groups or people who have the capacity to organise and go out and record something before it's either changed or demolished, then it's very, very important we do it. And the positive result you can see from this is the way that the way that the Wiki Club West people have got the information. It hasn't been collated into a narrative like Bolater or Dobbs, so they've got the conventional narratives, but the component, the potential is there. And what's fantastic about coming to a Wikimania all these years later, 10 years later, between Hong Kong and now, is that I look at what we can do, even just inside Commons, the sorts of things we can do to the imagery that we've got of Perth foreshore before it turned into a, whatever you like to call it, the potential there is just so amazing. One of the main things for it is to actually teach, to actually get people to understand the relationships between the projects. I could have given a huge, elaborate graph of all the potential linkages that one can do between data, commons, source, and English Wikipedia. And they just simply haven't been explored or exploited. So it's a hope that groups in a place where there is a lot of change in the community have the capacity to take a snapshot, to take the latest snapshot, and to link. That's the extraordinarily important thing, is to be able to link or to get people to help you to link between data, common source, and English, or whichever language you're in. So I would really like to say that I pay respect to the Whadjuk Noongas, who are the people who live on the Swan River. I'll probably try to give a more elaborate acknowledgement of them and a few others that have managed to help me get to Wikimania in 2013 and Wikimania in 2023. It's been an amazing experience. And this afternoon, a slight more elaborate version on what a local group can do is we've got a talk just slightly longer than this one about Wiki Club West. So I'm before time. I would like to thank you very much for turning up. Enjoy the New Zealand content next. It's very, very important because being Oceania partners in the larger project, we value the New Zealanders probably more than they realise because we're able to even get their talents to come to Australia every now and then. So they are very much appreciated. Thank you to the support crew. Thank you to the COT and to Wikimedia Australia for the opportunity to be able to do this. Because after 10 years, I've actually managed to stand in front of a microphone. And I will never forget Mike Dickerson's at ECAP 1, inspiring a whole range of issues in Australian project, which has just been so valued. Thank you so much. Thanks again.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko ingarani me kote rana te whakapaparanga mai, engari e te puaki e o ki te whanganui a Tara, ko tēnei taku mihi ki ngā tangata whenua o te rohe nei, ka mihi hoki o ki ngā tohu o te rohe nei. Nō reira, he kaituhono hora rauronga ki te papatonga rewa, ko Lucy Schrader toku ingoa, tēnā tātou katoa. That was me introducing myself in Te Reo Māori, the language of tangata whenua, the indigenous people of Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm Lucy Schrader, Digital Channels Outreach Manager at Te Papa, our National Museum. And welcome to the whole glam package.
Tēnā tātou katoa, no Tiamani, no Horowakia o Kutupuna, no Amerika ho, ke te whanganui a Tara aho, e noho ana I Naiane, ke te papatonga aho, e mahi ana, he kairauhi matai tipu, taku tūranga mahi, ko Heidi Might aho, tēnā tātou katoa, and that is me introducing myself in Te Reo Māori. My name is Heidi Might. I'm an American-born New Zealander whose ancestry comes from Germany and Slovakia, and I'm a botanist. I'm a botany curator at Te Papa. So, what is Te Papa? Te Papa is short for the Museum of New Zealand Te Papa Tongarewa, and it is located in the capital city of New Zealand, Wellington. It is our national museum. It started out in 1865 as the Colonial Museum, moved on to the Dominion Museum, then we became the National Museum, and now we are Te Papa. Te Papa holds about 2.5 million objects in our museum, and many of these can be found on our online collections online, and many of those are openly licensed. And we do have objects from art, history, natural history from New Zealand and Aotearoa.
So we used some of that material last year when a tiny little team of us ran a project to contribute some of our stuff about New Zealand's native forget-me-nots, these lovely plants here, to Wiki. I should mention we're going to say the word project a lot. That's lowercase p, not capital P Wikimedia projects, just that everyone should know. But when we did this project, we got a few things done, like writing C-class articles in English language Wikipedia for each of these species, the information about their name, their classification, geographic distribution, conservation status, all of that linked to public research, published research and online databases. We edited and created Wikidata items for species and for the people who describe them, plus the collectors of specimens and the publications that we were referencing.
We carefully selected and then loaded certain collection images to Wikimedia Commons, and this was to fully illustrate all kinds of different aspects about each of the individual species of forget-me-nots. Then we created a new Wikimedia Commons template that more effectively displays all of the detailed information that we hold about each of these specimens in our database. And then we linked all these images and records in Wikidata by basically turning all that same information into structured data statements.
We also tested new functionality in OpenRefine, so we not only loaded this data, but hundreds of images all at once. And we improved our own collection records by finding data that needed fixing up, and we added Wikidata identifiers for later use.
And we did all this while collaborating with both local and international Wikimedians, as well as getting our own museum colleagues a little bit excited about joining into this kind of projects. But best of all, we basically worked out a way to do this kind of project quickly and sustainably, which means we can do it all over again for another topic. So why is Te Papa basically doing this work? Well, Te Papa is a GLAM institution, so GLAM is galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. And in today's GLAM world, basically, we feel that reaching audiences digitally is just as important as reaching them in person. So doing in-person exhibitions, public programs, and collections-based research is important, but we see our digital wiki work really as being museum work. And so this is in a new area that we call digital outreach.
Now, Te Papa holds amazing collections and deep knowledge about all the material that we hold, but for most of our history, people have had to come to visit us, first physically and then online. But people all around the world could be seeing, connecting with, using our collections. So why should they need to come to us or even really know who we are to have those sorts of experiences? Instead, we're now finding ways to send our collections, data and knowledge out into the various digital spaces that our audience already are. Now that means Wikimedia, of course, but we also use a whole bunch of different platforms in different ways depending on who that audience is. So we send images of collection items out to Google Art and Culture, Unsplash, Art Store, other places that people are looking for cool pictures. We're also working on publishing our specimen data and images on GBIF, which is like the place for researchers to get large biodiversity data sets. And we're creating continuing education courses on FutureLearn that draw on our collections and our publications.
And we can basically do all this digital outreach work because we've literally had thousands of people working for 150 years at our museum. We've collected, we've cataloged, we've analyzed, we've researched, we've staged exhibitions, held events, we've reached out to our communities, we've imaged collection objects, we've structured our data, we've openly licensed our images. And of course, all of this is still happening today at the museum. And so with all of that in hand, we can basically send out not just images or information, but connections between these objects and their deeper context. And so with our project, that meant we wanted to create a rich package of contributions that included the three main Wikimedia projects, namely Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons, and Wikidata.
So on our Forget Me Not project, the package was made up of 65 English Wikipedia articles, most of those brand new, about New Zealand's native forget-me-nots, 350 images of specimens on Wikimedia Commons. That included examples of every species we were talking about, a mix of images from the field, herbarium sheets, pollen, and hundreds of Wikidata edits, adding data to support both the images and the articles, and letting us link our own records back out to Wikidata. And we did this with a core team of 3 people. It was us 2 and our awesome database specialist, Gareth Watkins. And together we created a project structure that used each of our strengths and encouraged collaboration and learning.
Now, just before we get more into the project, there is some stuff we didn't do. First, we actually didn't add any Mataranga Māori or traditional Indigenous knowledge from the Māori people of New Zealand. And this is because Te Papa doesn't actually hold any Indigenous knowledge about these particular species of forget-me-nots. In addition, none of our 3 team members were Māori. And finally, our museum as a whole is really still in the process of making and building these relationships with iwi or tribes that would inform all these kinds of projects in a mutually beneficial way. And I think more generally, we do need to acknowledge that there's still a lot of work to do in this space, in the wiki ecosystem, to make sure that it works for Indigenous peoples everywhere in the world.
Now, secondly, we didn't upload every single image or object that we could have. We focused on publishing what we reckoned was going to be useful in a wiki context. So we went deep rather than going really broad, and we used that as a way to stay focused and avoid trying to do too much. As we said earlier, we are actually going to be publishing all of these specimens and images on GBIF instead, and that will still be openly licensed. And when we were done with this project, we found that Te Papa had actually gained quite a lot more than we had expected from just this one little bit of work. We were, of course, able to achieve our stated goal and make some of our collections, data and knowledge more generally accessible. But also the 3 of us really built our skills. We learned how to use tools like OpenRefine, advanced wiki functionality, stuff like templates, gadgets, plugins. And we got our heads around Wikidata, realising that the GLAM world's really got a chance to get somewhere with linked open data finally.
And from this project, our own museum data is actually better because we had the chance to make all these updates to our records and fix some errors. And we also now have Wikidata identifiers in our own museum database, and that's going to be useful moving forward in all kinds of ways, specifically for species and for people. We've now got a big bucket of new ideas to work on. We want to match more of our records with Wikidata. We want to hold some community engagement events. We're hoping to turn a few more of our staff into wiki editors. And we're figuring out other ways to make our data more generally shareable. And of course, we now have this process that we can actually do another project on, and that it's not just going to be limited to natural science, natural history projects, but also humanities projects. And if you're at a GLAM, you can do this as well because we have written a manual about it. So our manual takes you through this whole process from getting your team set up all the way to publishing and promotion of your project. And it's got practical tips, it's got prompts, and it's got examples in plain English. Sorry, it's only in English at the moment, but if anyone wants to take up the mantle of translation, we'd be happy to have it in more languages.
So it's specifically written for GLAMs like ours, but it will also be useful, we think, for volunteers who want to nudge their local organisation in the right sort of direction. Also want to be very clear, this is a first version and it comes from our own point of view. So right now the manual sits under Te Papa's Wiki project page, but we would really love to see this get genuinely wikified and bring in lessons and examples from other organisations, and of course improvements from editors who have more experience to fill in a lot of the gaps that are still there. Still, we reckon that this is a process that generally works. Can't promise it will be easygoing necessarily, but we think that you could get a full project along these lines done in about 3 months, even when the team members have other work on. So we're going to share the link again at the end, so you can check all that out, plus it's on bookmarks that are going around. But first we want to talk about a few of the essential things that made our particular project work. So that's collaboration, staying focused, using the richness of a GLAM collection, and keeping an eye on the bigger picture.
So the first one's collaboration. This style of project actually does not require a big team. As Lucy mentioned, we were 3 people who did this. What's important is that you're excited about Wiki, you're working together, and you stick to the decisions on the plan that you make as a team. So you want to respect and make good use of each member's expertise and skills, but you also won't get far if you're not sort of able to stay in touch and be flexible enough to help each other out once in a while. So on our project, there was absolutely no way any one of us could have done this on our own. It needed the combination of knowledge and skills about the species, the technical know-how, and enthusiasm so that we could actually make progress. But on top of that, I really feel like working together, we were able to solve problems together, and we were able to motivate each other, which really kept the project on track. Also, in terms of collaboration, don't just keep it a secret within your team if you're doing a project like this. Tell your colleagues at your GLAM, because this can get you unexpected support from the museum, and it can also seed the way for future projects to happen. And then finally, collaboration can even go outside of your GLAM walls. So there are editors and specialists out there in the local community, as many of you know, that will be absolutely thrilled that your GLAM is wanting to share stuff, and they're going to want to help you. And so if you can hook into your local community and find some volunteers who are willing to help you, make sure you treasure them as well.
Focus. I think it's really important to be deliberate on a project like this and stay focused. The thing that I think can really help is if you keep in mind what matters to your organisation and your audience. Think strategically in this way, because then all kinds of decisions actually become a lot easier, and you do improve your chances of getting help, as we were just talking about. In our case, we got internal support to a large degree because we showed how our project fit in with Te Papa's current strategy. We've committed to supporting Papatūānuku, our relationships with and responsibilities for the natural world, and making information about our native forget-me-nots more available, accessible, usable, is definitely a little step in that direction. Focus is also about making smart decisions about scope and sticking to them. We think it's better to complete a small project rather than run out of steam on a big one, so resist the urge to commit to doing it all at once. You can always do another project later.
Richness is another point. So as we said earlier, GLAMs are literally rich with all this interconnected knowledge. So you can use that. It can let you share more complete or more complex metadata. You might be able to provide a more unified story about your objects that links different topics or disciplines. You're also surrounded at a museum by work that's already been done. So you have exhibitions, publications, research, the list of selected objects, the labels that were on exhibition walls, recordings of events. These can all be used in this kind of project and reshared. So for us, the knowledge that we had was basically my in-depth knowledge from the biodiversity research that I do on native New Zealand forget-me-nots. So we had specimens, we had images, and I've been doing field work and collections-based research for over a decade on these plants about classifying and identifying them. And so I could contribute these images and also data and also the publications that can then be cited on Wikipedia pages and such forth.
And then, of course, there's the bigger picture. don't forget to look up every once in a while to see the relevance of your project in that bigger view. You can use your project to actually help your wider organisation and future wiki projects. You might feel like the work you're doing is just a small contained little thing, but turns out it can have a pretty big effect on your GLAM. So on the one hand, you can make the next project you do easier by keeping track of how it's going, talking through problems that come up. Really can't stress enough, if you come up with a good solution, you write it down. And that's even more helpful if it's not actually you running the next project. It could be someone else nearby that you've inspired. Back at Te Papa, our work's inspired another curator who's already started his project about New Zealand's endemic and native spiders and harvesters. Then at the organisational level, your project's likely to find places where more work's needed. Stuff like digitising certain collections, applying open licenses, improving data standards, finding ways to directly collaborate with your audiences. Now, if you linked your project to your GLAM strategy and audience, as I mentioned earlier, it becomes far more convincing when you argue for a rethink of priorities and resourcing.
Okay, so here's our main take-home message. To sum up, you can share your GLAM's collections and your knowledge together by using the links between Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons, and Wikidata, and you can do it in a quick, sustainable, and repeatable way.
So head on over to tepapa.nz/whole GLAM package and give it a go yourselves. As mentioned, there's bookmarks with the links, so you can grab one of those. And otherwise, we would absolutely love to talk to you about your possible project, our project, work that you've already done in a similar area, improving the manual, absolutely. So again, you can find us here for the rest of Wikimania. You can get in touch with us through English Wikipedia and Wikidata and the various other platforms we're on. And of course, you can just email us at any time.
And finally, we would like to extend a massive, massive thank you to Wikimedia Aotearoa New Zealand, or WANZ, who basically supported us to come here to Wikimania 2023 to give this talk.
And of course, thank all of you for coming along. Really great to see so many faces. Ngā mihi nui. And we've got a minute and a half for any little questions. Totally okay if there's not any.
Okay, I think you need to use a microphone.
Hi. It's Diego from Spain, big contributor in Commons. I wonder the order you followed, because you said the first thing you did is choosing images you wanted to upload. I was expecting rather that you say the first thing we have to do is look for gaps in Wikipedia articles. So that's, can you elaborate on that?
So we have a bit of stuff on how to like build up your topic and how to identify those sorts of gaps in the manual itself. There's quite a few factors that we think can go into that, and it's partly about where the gap lies, not necessarily on one particular platform, but in that larger picture. It's also where your own expertise lies, what material you think you've got available, what's important to your organisation and audience. We specifically focused on New Zealand's native forget-me-nots because there weren't many other organisations out there in the world who could do that. We could do that. But even then, that's only one part of the bigger picture. So be happy to talk more about that later, but we seem to have hit the red, so.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, hi, good morning everyone. So my name is Li Qi, I'm from my community. So my community, we're actually a non-profit organization dedicated to preserving the everyday stories of the everyday people. So we do so because we feel that every community has a story to tell, and these stories actually have the ability to bring communities together. Therefore, we are called my community. Yeah. So over the past 4 to 5 years, we have actually reached out, knocked on the doors of residents of Queenstown to collect some of their stories as well as artifacts and the stories related to these artifacts. And we have accumulated over 2,000 artifacts in our collections. And what we are doing this year with Wikibase is actually, with Wikimedia, is actually to digitize some of our collections via Wikibase Cloud. So, but before that, let me share a little bit more about my community through a video.
我86年做到现在33年。
我们是从1964年那个时候开始做起，一直到现在。
Been working here for the past 18 years.
I've been here 20 years, so many of the memories I have.
我也不知道怎么样过的，就是过了这么久，在这里。
我就看他们小孩子长大结婚还回来找安哥，老邻居了嘛，朋友了。
看到不管马来人也好，印度人也好，华人也好，这样就是说全部都可以沟通啊。
Some of them are customer become friends also 啦。
现在外面都很多面包店了，是现在的年轻人是讲究新款先进，我们这种传统的是我们这种老一辈子的人才会知道，现在年轻人都不会。
以前呢，就是说那些人就好像自己人这样，整家人有说有笑。
那么现在是会觉得没有那种生气啊，所以会觉得很可惜咯。就是说，感觉到那个社会的变迁就是这样子咯。我们这个行业就是会走进历史。
传统的东西，我们老一辈子啊没有做，没有接班人就是退休了，就没有了，失传了。
Singapore has been progressing too fast, so we also forget that where we come from.
We have lost our heritage, and something has to be done to preserve them. Youngsters like us have to be involved and learn the heritage. You can't continue, at least preserve it so that heritage is not lost. My community actually try to preserve the social fabric of the people. We are community members that come from all walks of life, regardless of race, regardless of age.
It's really about using my community as a platform to broadcast the voices of these resident guides as well as the residents themselves.
I think it's good to have that anchor in the past to be able to launch on into the future in the right way.
Not just stories, but objects as well from our past that tells of stories from our parents to our grandparents to our great-grandparents' heritage. Like keeping these stories around was really something that a lot of people was not really too focused on anymore. I'm hoping that all these narratives and all these stories that we've gathered in the past, still in the midst of creating today, will form the basis of foundation stones or building blocks for what would be ever stronger community bonds for the people who are currently living in these estates, as well as their future generations.
Okay, so yeah, hope you enjoyed the video. So yeah, thank you. So okay, yeah. So my community, we have been around since 2008. So it has been about 1.5 decades we have been around in the heritage sector. And for us, we believe that in a little unconventional approach to heritage, which is all heritage is intangible. So typically, when we think of heritage, we think of places like museums, heritage sites, artifacts, monuments, for example. But oftentimes, what we feel is that it's not really the artifacts itself that gives it heritage value, but the stories that we ascribe to a certain object or certain monument that actually gives it a certain value. So for us, we believe that heritage is a cultural process that engages with acts of remembering that work to create ways to understand and engage with the present. So what we believe is actually taking some of these stories and converting it into performances, what we call heritage performances. It could be in the form of a tour. So for example, a resident could bring you around his or her community to share more about what are his or her favorite places to eat, favorite places to meet with people. So that we feel is a process, and actually through organizing these performances, it offers opportunities to create and recreate their own identities and narratives about the meaning of the past for the present. And lastly, heritage is emotional. So it is something that helps us form our own identity. It's something that's very intimate, personal to us, and a sense of place in the present. So overall, our vision is to preserve the common people story for our collective memory. So we do this in 3 ways. So first, we chronicle and narrate the endearing story of the common people. So we actually go knocking on doors of residents, shopkeepers, and actually organize oral history interviews with them to learn more about what they do, what they enjoy about the neighborhood, their relationships forged with the communities. Then, what we take with these material, these stories, we actually convert them into community museums, tours, neighborhood festivals, because we wish to actually celebrate and share some of these everyday stories with the people in the community. So through these stories, we realize that more and more people come together, and we hope to, through this process, encourage and champion greater community involvement in our cultural planning and management. So these are just some of our numbers. So over the past 4 to 5 years, we have knocked on over 1,600 doors. These numbers are still increasing. We have also organized more than 1,500 tours and programs, as well as collected over 2,225 artifacts, photos, and objects. So what my community does, so just a little bit more about our portfolio. So we organize community-based research and documentation. So community-based research and documentation involves actually, it's a collaborative process between members of the public. So the research, so all partners in the process actually share decision-making roles and contribute to knowledge creation in order to enhance understanding of a particular phenomenon or a certain area. So in this case, we don't really have knowledge experts. We actually involve the community in deciding what to actually include in the publication, for example. So one publication we have done is From Cradle to Grave. So this book actually documents the stories, the life cycle story, the stories of members from all 10 official religions in Singapore, to actually learn more about what are some of their stories related to childbirth, baptism, adolescenthood, courtships, weddings, funerals. So it's really a whole life cycle. Your life cycle, what do you do in your life? So similarly, we also have another book called My Little Singapore, where we actually document the stories of minority groups in Singapore, how they adapted to life in Singapore, as well as how they made Singapore their second home. So Queenstown also celebrates her 70th birthday this year. So we are working on a publication that shares about Queenstown's development as Singapore's first satellite town. So apart from research, we also celebrate our everyday places, people, places, and practices. And how we do it is through, one of the ways we do it is through conducting heritage tours. So for us, community heritage tours are mediums where the embodied past is engaged visually and experientially in a co-curated collection of heritage sites within the neighborhoods. So these sites are invested with sensory cues, which remind participants about the progress of the community, and are layered with personal biographies and collective memories that's transpired on site. So right now, we have 12 heritage tours, and 3 of them are actually available for registration in Wikimania, namely the Tiong Bahru Heritage Tour, the River Valley Heritage Tour, as well as the Tanglin Halt Heritage Tour. So if you have time, you can also check out the Wikimania website and try to sign up. So they're actually very touching, because most of the times it's the residents themselves that guide and show you guys around the neighborhood. So apart from that, we also organize community heritage festivals. So this is actually a nationwide ground-up initiative which celebrates the people, places, and practices which makes our community enduring and endearing. So for right now, actually it's happening right now, every August, we organize a heritage festival to, for example, over here, it's actually a tour of the Pasir Panjang Wholesale Center after hours. So we're going late in the night to see how our vegetables and fruits are packed and prepared before they are sent to our markets early in the day. So these are just some of the stories we want to document, some of the lesser known stories that we want to share with everyone through My Community Festival. So if you have time, we're organizing something this year in Chinatown, just a few MRT stops away. So if you have time this Saturday and Sunday, do drop by. So lastly, we also organize community museums, galleries, and heritage corners. So these are institutions which helps to advocate for greater community involvement and social cohesion. So just to share a little bit more about one of our we feel our greatest achievements is actually at my Queenstown Museum. Okay, so community museums actually serve as important anchors for localized memories where members of the community interpret, negotiate, and form their identities and social networks. So the idea of a collaborative cultural space in Singapore's first satellite town, at Queenstown, was first mooted more than a decade ago, when the town centre was undergoing massive redevelopment. So sacred sites like the hawker centres, the prison there, and the cinema and bowling alley were progressively dismantled. So the uprooting and relocation of long-term residents also alter neighbour-to-neighbour interactions and reduce the cohesiveness of the community. So nestled in a modest shop house within the historic Tanglin Halt estate, my Queenstown Museum chronicles the town's past through its treasure trove of old photographs and objects. The shop house is Singapore's first independent community museum where residents take the front seat in the planning and negotiation with state agencies, co-curating the programs and exhibitions, and managing the day-to-day operations and funding of the space. So our objectives of this museum is as follows. It's a repository of social memories in Queenstown. It recognizes, reinforces, and reaffirms the people, places, and practices which make Queenstown, Queenstown, and it connects people to the social networks in the community. So for this project, we actually involve everybody. Actually, for any project, we involve everybody. So residents, community stakeholders, government bodies, contractors, and my community. And within my community itself, we have many, many teams, many people, our volunteers who actually support us in this role. So just to share a little bit more about our teams. So our cultural mapping team actually is involved in collecting stories and mapping the social networks in the community. So what they do is actually they're the ones knocking on the doors, befriending with the residents, and engaging oral history interviews with them. So sometimes while speaking with them, they will, I have a certain photo about this place 10 years ago. Then they'll show us, then, okay, we want it. So that's how we do artifact collection as well, and mapping social networks. The community archives team, so we actually have two of our volunteers here today, Emma and Siu Chin. So if any questions, feel free to ask us later. So they're actually a critical part to ensure that our museum's range of artifacts are preserved and well documented. So our archives team role is actually to organize artifact collection drives, catalog the artifacts, engage in oral history interviews with residents, digitize our archives, as well as to store, so to make sure that they are well stored. Our community design team actually takes the step to takes feedback from the community members and seeks input everything from exhibition planning to design considerations. So apart from making sure that they follow our regulations in Singapore, we also, the team also helps to reach out to the community to build consensus of what are the concepts, the style of the narrative of the museum, and to actually ideate, to prototype, and to install the museum. And lastly, our community museum team actually helps to organize events, to run the day-to-day operations and organize events to bring people together at the museum. So as you can see, people actually form the heart at my community. So for volunteers, we actually to make sure that our volunteers are empowered to do these things, we actually organize regular capacity building workshops such as oral history interview workshops, exhibition and creation workshops, and many more. So this ensures that our volunteers are well taken care of, and we can work on this. Everyone is actually working in this together. So right now, the museum is currently closed due to redevelopment works, which I'll share later. But you can see some of the sentiments of the people who have, who live in Queenstown and have visited the place. So now going to the bulk of today, so actually community archives. So what are community archives? So archives, I'm sure everyone's familiar with that, but community archives are the word community. So actually it makes it, okay, one moment. So community archives are archives actually created and preserved by individuals and community groups who desire to document their cultural heritage based on shared experiences, interests, and or identities. So let's say you're interested in a particular football club, then this community would collect everything related to that football club. And this is actually a very informal kind of process. And oftentimes, this is done without the traditional intervention of formally trained archivists, historians, and librarians. So the objective of a community museum is as follows, is to ensure that our artifacts and objects have a place where they can call home to be passed down for generations to come. It is also somewhere where residents must be able to access, so the participation in the archival process must be simple, accessible, yet professional. So it must be community-centric, so as to imbue a stake in archives. It must also be financially sustainable. So just a little bit more about this place we call Queenstown that we have been talking about this whole time. So our target participants includes residents, shopkeepers, volunteers, and other community stakeholders that have lived, worked, played, and or prayed in older housing estates like Queenstown. So among some of these older estates, many have been affected by this thing called SERS, the Selective En-Bloc Redevelopment Scheme, which is a government policy to renew housing estates. So for example, the SERS at Tanglin Halt saw 31 HDB blocks comprising 3,480 flats and more than 200 hawkers and market stalls, neighborhood shops, and eating houses in Tanglin Halt demolished and relocated to Dawson. So since 2019, over 7,000 residents have moved out, signaling an end of the era of the pioneer housing estate. So to keep some of these community networks intact, our volunteers have been befriending elderly residents and collecting numerous artifacts, photographs, and oral history interviews from them. So besides using these objects for our community museum, these items are also used as icebreakers for residents to remember about the past and bond with one another. So these archives also provide a basis for social programs to help the elderly residents with dementia to remember life experiences, memories, and stories of the past, helping them to gain some competence as well as confidence through using the skill, through actually interacting and actually contributing to the museum. So we collect many objects, but mainly they are about Queenstown. So these are just some of the range of objects that we collect. And here are some examples of artifacts that we have collected. So we have started to actually upload some of these onto Wikimedia Commons. And just how do we collect these artifacts? So there are actually 4 ways which we collect. So number 1, we actually go door to door to befriend elderly residents in Queenstown once every fortnight. So these residents bond with our volunteer cultural mappers through the recollection and discussion about Queenstown's history and heritage. So occasionally they will share some photographs, some objects about Queenstown, and then they'll donate it to us. Another way we collect artifacts is through artifact collection drives. So posters and flyers will be distributed to residents to encourage them to participate in the collection drive. Other ways involve walk-in donations when our museum was still active, and residents can also donate artifacts through email. So most importantly, as we want to imbue a stake in the archives, it's a collaborative process whether an object actually is accepted into the archives. So what we usually do is before the objects are ascension, they are assessed for its cultural significance by 5 or more residents and volunteers. So this actually helps to build consciousness and empowers them to decide whether to collect the artifact on behalf of the community based on these 5 values: geographical, historical, social, aesthetic, rarity, and representativeness. So these are all put on a 5-point scale, and only if the average of all, the sum of all 6 categories add up is above a certain number, then we'll accept the artifact. So everyone has a veto also. You can just put 0, and then that will not be added into the artifact because you will never reach above that certain number. So we also do release forms as well as an object report so that everything's well documented. So right now, everything's on Excel. And we are slowly experimenting. We have experimented with other platforms for databases, and we have decided on Wiki-based cloud for now to actually document, upload everything. So in addition to collecting, we also organize oral history interviews to collect their stories related to the artifacts, as well as manage and maintaining the artifacts in the storage. So community archives in Singapore, so just a little bit more about what we have done so far in our Wiki-based cloud project. So right now, why are we doing this? Is because the current state of archives in Singapore is not very, it's a bit worrying. So currently in Singapore, our national archives tend to document the experiences of influential and powerful figures. So the stories and memories of the everyday people are often underrepresented. So youths often find it hard to relate to these experiences, giving rise to an increasingly historically disengaged younger population. So there's been a growing demand for heritage spaces and events in the past 15 years, yet Singapore only has one community archives maintained by us at this moment. So current challenges to maintaining archives is that things like Excel, they are useful, but once you have over 2,000 artifacts, they are incredibly hard to use. And front-end navigation is always not user-friendly, and over time, it becomes very laborious, especially for the less tech-savvy volunteers. So most of our artifacts come from residents, and these often involve sensitive information, which we are also seeing how we can properly present, as well as maintaining a physical space for the artifacts is very expensive. So overall, what we want to do is to create a scalable and accessible collections management system, a user-friendly website for everyone to access our community archives, and to organize capacity building workshops and outreach workshops to actually empower the residents and volunteers to know how to use it, to know how to upload these artifacts, and to make it more sustainable. So as again, we involve everybody, and we do it in a few ways, which I'll go through very quickly. So first, we actually recruit volunteers. We actually try to understand and empathize with what are some of the resources we have, what are some of the objectives that everyone have. So this is actually so that we can build greater ownership and also facilitate skills transfer early. Then we'll actually review similar projects, past Wikimedia projects, so that we can actually establish some of the best practices. So the reason why we actually, how many of you are familiar with Wikibase Cloud? Wikibase. So how many of you are familiar with Wikibase? Just Wikibase itself. Okay, great. So Wikibase Cloud is actually a cloud-based platform provided by Wikimedia Deutschland, that hosts instances of Wikibase. So we adopted this because it's actually very easy to use. You do not need programming or technical knowledge in order to upload something onto the archives. So this makes it something that's accessible to the everyday residents, the everyday community members, regardless of your skill, regardless of your age, regardless of your background. So currently, we are developing our first Wiki-based cloud instance based off 100 artifacts. So I can just briefly show you guys what we have done so far. So appreciate you guys also, if you have any feedback, you can let us know as well. So this is our current Wiki-based cloud platform. So we have uploaded quite a number of artifacts. So for example, if I'm interested in looking at vinyl records, for example, I can just do a quick search. And you can see the vinyl records that we have uploaded from our database will appear. And this is what you can see. Okay. Yep. So when we actually go into the individual artifacts, you can actually see the various statements. So what is its essential number, its subject category, its year of production, for example, and so on and so forth. So let me just take a look at another one. So for example, we have a photograph. So we actually uploaded, everything okay?
Can you zoom?
Sorry?
Can you zoom off? The people behind are not seeing it very well.
They cannot see it very well?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll increase the size. Okay, thank you. All right, so this is just something. So Let me just briefly. So this is an example of a page for our artifact. So if you're interested to find out more about how it looks like, because currently Wikibase Cloud doesn't have this feature to show photographs, we're actually integrating this with Wikimedia Commons to actually help us to actually see the artifacts visually. Yep, so you can see over here. So let's say we are interested to find out more about the artist. So you can see just the artist called Maurice Patton. So I can also do a quick search, Maurice, and you can see it comes out. So you can see more about what the discography. This is the main artist, and it will actually include such as this artist is actually this is actually part of an album. It's actually they usually speak English and Mandarin. The location is in Singapore. So you can actually go down different rabbit holes. So if you click on this link, you can actually see what are some of the discography. So what are some of the albums that this band has produced. And you can also continue on and on and on. So this allows us, once this is a bit more populated, you can actually start seeing there are a lot of different rabbit holes that you can jump into. You can start from, for example, a vinyl record. You can eventually end up in, I don't know, another country, for example. So this is actually very interesting because you can actually go down on very, very long rabbit holes if using this platform. And oftentimes, for us, we feel that data modeling is the most important, most crucial in doing this. So what we have done is actually we have modeled this based on what we can see in Wikidata. So for Wikidata, for example, what I usually use is Bohemian Rhapsody as an example of a music piece. So oftentimes you can see they actually have an existing data model. Oftentimes we just adapt what they have. We tweak it along the way based on what we are interested to use, based on what we need and our requirements are. We add some statements, we remove some statements, so that it becomes something like this. Okay, so yeah, just briefly, I've mentioned this. So I've mentioned this as well. So we try to maximize the search function by placing important details like extension numbers and keywords in the main description. So this is a feature that we feel that a strategy that helped in a lot of searching for a lot of our key terms. So that's phase 1. Phase 2 is really to actually organize focus group discussions, bringing people together so that everyone can build a consensus of what they want before actually building a wireframe for our website and further developing the backend of the archives. So based on this earlier web design, we will actually prototype a website. We will start uploading all these artifacts in batches, starting from physical artifacts, then photographs, followed by publications and documents, then oral history interviews. So we arrange it this way because we realized that different kinds of artifacts require different kinds, so different wikis, for example, to upload. So for example, publications and documents, how can we actually scan out the words in the document so that it's accessible for different languages, for example. And for oral history interviews, how do we transcribe and actually take this information that's easily searchable, for example. So these are some of the challenges we are currently thinking about, and we are hoping to address these over the next 2 years or so. So hopefully we'll launch this by mid next year, the first iteration of the website. And yeah, so we hope to, so just to conclude, so this will be a sustained kind of effort. As you mentioned, we want the same objectives apply. So for posterity, when Queenstown Museum opens in 2023, we hope to have a dedicated space for residents to come together monthly and bi-monthly for regular programs, seminars, and workshops. So also, we want to remain committed to maintaining a digital archive that's accessible, secure, and transparent. So we'll continue to collect information on website traffic and user experiences to work with Wikimedia and our web developer to ensure that the website is good for people of different backgrounds. Also, we want it to be community-centric, so we'll continue to engage with the Wikimedia community to hope that these exchanges will inspire more community collections to grow in Singapore beyond just Queenstown. So maybe this same platform, this same model can actually inspire similar collections to sprout out in different neighborhoods in Singapore. Yep, so this is what. So overall, we hope that this exciting opportunity to develop Singapore's first free, inclusive, scalable, and financially sustainable community archives would come to fruition over the next 2 years or so. And by leveraging the power of Wikidata and Wikibase, we hope to ensure that the archives is both scalable, accessible, and inclusive, allowing us to capture the diverse range of voices and perspectives within our community. So yeah, thank you so much for your time. So if you have any questions, you can look for me. I think I'm out of time, so if you have any questions, feel free to come look for me after this. All right, thank you so much.
everyone. My name is Monica Granados, and with my colleague Virginia, we work on the open climate and open culture programs at Creative Commons. And I'm here to tell you a little story about why tackling climate change needs both open science and open culture. So I'm an improviser by training, so something that I picked up while I was in graduate school. And in improv, you start on an empty stage like this. That's the cartoon me on stage. And it's completely empty. But from this empty environment, we can weave hour-long stories from a single suggestion. So, you know, we can call out into the audience and they will yell out, "There are 8 shoes on the floor," or your scene partner will come in on this empty stage and say there are 8 shoes on the floor, and then all of a sudden with our imagination we materialize that there are 8 shoes on the floor. And the job of the improviser is then to contextualize why there are 8 shoes on the floor. And we could come up with stories like maybe, you know, insect with 4 pairs of legs came in and dropped all their shoes, or maybe there was an explosion at the shoe factory. But in that contextualization, it gives us a lot of meaning and insight and information about our world. It helps this world that we're making up make sense. So I want to take you to this idea of context and how important context is in many situations, and certainly when we want to understand climate change, how important context is. So let's go to that stage. Climate change is affecting every aspect and every corner of the world. We're seeing global temperature increases, sea level rise, shifts in animal and plant ranges. So that means that animals that were in one latitude or one part of the world are moving in line with the temperature changes that the world is experiencing. We're also seeing a loss of sea ice and melting glaciers. And so these are some of the really big impacts, global scale changes that we're seeing in relation and as a result of climate change. But these are all really just facts when I talk about them this way. They're just numbers and recordings of the amount of sea level or the latitude and longitude of a given species and how that changes over time. We need the human context to really make sense of how all of those changes to the planet are affecting humans. And I'm arguing here that culture is that human context. It helps us understand what these facts mean. By understanding and bringing culture into this dialogue, we understand not only about the intrinsic value of these species, something that many humans have seen since the existence of our species, but it was eloquently put by Charles Darwin when he talked about these endless forms most beautiful. We are losing that intrinsic value of species, but also really what that means to humans from a species perspective. You know, there are culturally important species where those range changes and loss of habitat are affecting populations that humans rely on, both from a culturally important perspective, but also from a livelihood perspective. Rising global temperatures are also affecting the future and the younger generations and the way that they see themselves in this world and their place in this world. We're also seeing that rising sea levels, for example, are threatening homes and livelihoods, that there are going to be places where humans that are currently living in cities that are going to be inhabitable due to climate change. So that culture and understanding the culture gives us that human context, gives that context to the facts, the knowledge that we collect around climate change. So how do we access knowledge and culture from, a very high level? We'll start talking about knowledge. I think it's probably no surprise to most of the audience here that the open sharing of research outputs, the way that we get a lot of the knowledge of how we understand the world, particularly from a natural science perspective, is not the default. Just two percentages here that I want to highlight as someone who is situated in Canada. Only about 38% of publications with a Canadian author are open access. This is coming from data from the current Open Knowledge Initiative. Only about 41% of the papers within an author for the United States are open access. But something really interesting happened in 2020, of course, with the incidence of the COVID-19 pandemic. There was this realization that something was different about the crisis we were going through, and the underpinning and the importance of science to helping us understand the crisis that we were going through. And just as it affected many of our lives, it also affected the way that researchers responded. This is just a snapshot from 2021, where we see that about 77% of COVID-19 papers are open access. That's a stark contrast to the previous numbers that I quoted. And those numbers are actually increasing as we look at snapshots closer to present day 2023. We also saw an adoption of preprints. So versions of manuscripts before they had gone through the peer review process were uploaded in record numbers. About 80,000 preprints were uploaded to preprint servers from December 31st or up to December 31st. So again, looking at a snapshot, that's an incredible increase in the uptake of preprints, particularly by the COVID-19 community. And I think there really is then a lot of evidence to show that when we recognize that there's a crisis, that we need knowledge in order to help us understand the problem and solve the problem, that the research community responds, and there is a strong recognition of this. But what about climate change? What about the issue that we were just talking about, this issue that is affecting every corner of the planet? We looked at climate change outputs, again, through our work with the current Open Knowledge Initiative, and found that about only 47% of the outputs between 1980 and 2022 are open. And arguably, climate change is going to have a much larger impact on the world. We are in a climate crisis, and we need to see the same response that we saw for COVID-19 as we do then as we should see for climate change. So how can we elicit that same response? Well, I'm here to tell you also a little bit about the Open Climate Campaign, and what we are arguing is this, this narrative that if we are going to understand a problem like climate change, if we are going to solve climate change or generate mitigations and solutions, the knowledge needs to be open, that is a fundamental precondition to us generating those solutions. So the Open Climate Campaign is this 4-year project that started in August of 2022, where we're working to make the open sharing of research outputs the norm in climate science. They really fall under 4 broad categories. We've got 11 different goals really around advocacy, so sharing information, reaching out to researchers and telling them, you are working on the world's greatest problem. You need to make your work open, and here are a lot of tools that are made available through the community, through many of the people that are probably sitting, listening, and participating at Wikimania. We want to work hand in hand with funders of research because we understand that if we change the rules around funding, if we change open access policies, that researchers will respond and will catalyze changes in behavior and adoption of open practices. We also want to make sure that this is an international campaign. Much of the work that has happened around open access has really had a global north focus, and as a result has often marginalized many voices in the open access communities that don't come from the global north. So we're working to implement open access in international frameworks, but also to make sure that we center voices from traditionally excluded geographical regions in this space. And finally, we want to think about, much of the campaign is looking forward and how we change culture in the future, but what about past publications? What about publications that are really foundational, fundamental, are cited in important reports like the IPCC reports, that many, around 60%, are open, that meaning still 40% of publications that are cited in probably the most important document around climate change remain closed. So we want to make sure that those publications are open so that science can do what science does, which is build on previous knowledge, because that knowledge is physically accessible. So we're proud at Creative Commons to work with Spark and Eiffel on this program. But if we open knowledge, we're back to where we started, which is we have just open facts. We'll know a lot about climate change, but that knowledge needs context to be mobilized. We need to understand what those facts mean now that we have access to them because we opened them. Galleries, libraries, and museums are repositories of culture that can help us contextualize the knowledge that we gather on the world's greatest problems, like climate change. GLAM institutions are places where we can find that context, but also really are an important aspect of mobilizing that knowledge, of moving from just having facts to having context about how we can take those facts and implement them into solutions. Because the reality is that while we'll open knowledge, that's mostly going to be a different dimension of accessibility in that it's scientists that are going to have access to that knowledge. If we want to mobilize that knowledge outside of the academic realm, we have to partner with institutions like galleries, libraries, and museums, where often we're finding that people access that knowledge and take that knowledge and learn about climate change, learn about what they can do or what they can advocate for, and mobilize the knowledge that researchers are creating. But like opening knowledge, we also have to ensure that galleries, libraries, and museums are also accessible. And that by making their collections as openly accessible, shareable, reusable by the public, the place where people are coming to get information, they really empower the public to tackle big problems like climate change, to help them understand the impacts of climate change within, the context of human culture. Because if we're going to solve the world's biggest problems, like climate change, then the knowledge and culture about them must be open. a really great example of when you see the fusion of open knowledge and open culture is this great example from the Natural History Museum in the UK, where they found that they were able to use museum archives to track changes, like physical changes in butterfly species that were reacting to climate change. And that by having access to those archives, they were able to integrate that information into the knowledge that we have about climate change to contextualize what was happening to these species that can have important cultural and economic impacts with their pollination. So at Creative Commons, we're really happy to have our open knowledge and the open climate campaign, as well as our open culture program. And we invite you to join us. You can find out more information about the Open Climate Campaign at openclimatecampaign.org. And you can find out more about our open culture program and what we're doing to advance access to galleries, libraries, and museums at the following address. So with that, I will see if there are any questions from the floor.
Yes, yeah.
Thanks. Hi. That was great. This is more of an invitation, really. So I'm giving a presentation in an hour about in the UK, our first Wikimania in Residence for Climate. And one of the aspects of that, thank you. And one of the aspects of that role is trying to work with content, organisations that hold content on climate data and so on, and to open that up. So it just feels like there's a really obvious synergy and connection. And if that hasn't been made, I will try and do that. But also, it's a sort of invitation to you to contact us too, because it sounds like we could be working together on that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Just give me your
Sure. So I'm Lucy.
Designation again? Lucy. Okay.
Lucy Crompton-Reed. I'm the CEO of Wikimedia UK.
Amazing. I will follow up. Thank you.
So this is a question based on some of the things that have been happening around COVID-19 publications, where publishers said that they were making them open, but what they meant was making them free to read, not actually openly licensing them, which has given them the power to then put them back behind paywalls subsequently. And we've seen a lot of that over the last year or two, even as they've all closed down again. Do you have any opinions on how to communicate to people the importance of genuine open licensing and open data and open research outputs, as opposed to merely currently free to read?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's representatives from Creative Commons, that is really at the heart of the work that we want to do as part of the Open Climate Campaign. We actually had conversations with some of the leaders of those initiatives around COVID-19, and that was something that they highlighted, is that they had regrets about not ensuring that there was open licensing in perpetuity around these publications. And so the safeguards that we're putting in place as part of the advocacy and policy work that we are doing is ensuring that in the conversations we are having with national governments, funders, environmental organizations, our main target audience, is that the open access policy has to have an open license component to it, ideally, a CC BY, because as I'm sure many of you know, that is the kind of accessibility we want for translations and for text and data mining. In conversations with publishers, that's something that we also have in mind, that as we initiate conversations with them to do something similar for climate change, that it is distinct from the work they've done with COVID-19 publications in that we want them to be opened with a CC BY license. One of the material things that we are doing is we're also encouraging researchers to open their publications through a repository method, so through green open access, so that we can circumvent having to go directly through publishers. So we think that we'll be able to make some progress by doing direct work with researchers, and then for the sort of remainder of those publications, have conversations with publishers, but again, ensuring that they are opened with an open license rather than just free to read, as you astutely pointed out.
We don't have any other question, so you're good to go.
Thank you, everyone, for your attention.
right. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone, and good morning from my end. Thank you for joining my session. So today I'm going to be talking about Wikitongues and how it's been preserving language diversity and also empowering communities through language documentation. Okay, so as you all know, or maybe you might not know, but there are over 7,000 languages spoken across the world today. But then every year, an average of one language dies out. That's one language every 2 weeks dies. And when a language dies, it's not just the words that are lost, which maybe some people might think. It's also the history of that those people, their culture, and the knowledge of the people who spoke it. We lose important information about the world, and we also lose a way of seeing the world. And this is one of the things that Wikitongues is working to prevent from happening. They are using technology as well as Wikimedia projects to document endangered languages so that they can be preserved for future generations. They're also working to empower communities to use these languages so they can thrive. Some languages, when you check them today, they only have 20 to 30 living speakers. The Donsa language, for example, in Papua New Guinea, has an estimated number of 20 to 30 living speakers. There is also the Kambap language in Cameroon and so many more languages. Now, you might be wondering what Wikitongues is, because I know a lot of people are not familiar with Wikitongues. Wikitongues is also a Wikimedia user group and a non-profit organization whose mission is to preserve endangered languages and empower communities through languages. Now, you'll be wondering, language documentation, why is it important? I mean, is it necessary? It's actually very important to document languages, and some of the reasons why could be that it preserves endangered languages. When a language is documented, it's preserved for the future. And this is important because endangered languages are very valuable to humans, and is also a very valuable aspect of human knowledge and culture. And if you have to, should I say, if as the Wikimedia movement, we are promoting free knowledge, free and open knowledge, then language is also a very vital part of that promotion and that knowledge we're talking about. And another thing, another reason for documenting languages is that it empowers communities. Language documentation can empower people by giving them a voice. You know, it helps you to know where you're coming from and where you're going to. If you don't know your language, sometimes you feel like you're being left out, especially from the part of the world where I come from. It also helps to prevent language loss. So when there is documentation, the future generation can have access to them. I used to know of a language that the last living speaker died in 1992. And ever since then, it's been hard getting other living speakers of the language. Now, you'll be wondering how Wikitongues actually documents these languages. So the first one is that it uses technology to make documentation more accessible and efficient. There's a crowdsourcing platform and what we call a seed bank, where linguists, actually a group of or a network of linguists, get to document languages and upload them for use. There are over 700 languages in those seed banks. They are in form of videos and audios and so much more. Then there's also the community engagement part of it. When Wikitongues works with communities, they ensure that language documentation is done in a proper way. You can't just go into a community and then you decide to start documenting. Sometimes it causes problems. So they try to teach you how to be respectful and how it will be beneficial to the community. And then they also train community members to document their own languages. Now we have the Language Accelerator program as well. Wikitongues organizes a Language Accelerator program. Since 2022, it's been organizing this program, and we started with 10. This year, we have 21 people in the program. And these linguists or these activists, they come in to do a whole lot of things for their communities to preserve their languages. Some of the languages I noticed, they had like 2,000, 3,000 living speakers. Some had 7,000, and they came from different parts of the world. Some came from Africa, some came from Asia, Europe, Australia, and so many places. And for this year, the selection was made across 20 different countries. And for the seed bank of language diversity, which is another way that Wikitongues documents their languages, this is the way that you can, in this aspect, you can contribute your videos, your audio recordings, your dictionaries, and other resources related to your mother tongues. So, for example, the participants of the Language Accelerator program, some of them develop keyboards. I know of someone who is developing a keyboard. There are people who are building up dictionaries and so many things to use and preserve their languages. Now, these resources can be uploaded to the seed bank of language diversity. Some of them can be in form of audios and those keyboards that I mentioned about. And then there's the global network of linguists. We can't do this alone without linguists, language enthusiasts or language activists. So that is the reason why we have a global network of them. A lot of them get to donate videos. A lot of them get to donate audios that has to do with those languages that they are working to preserve or to revitalize. And there's also the language sustainability toolkit. So for example, as a Wikimedian, you come from a community which the language is endangered. We have the language sustainability toolkit that you can use to document your language. So this toolkit helps you to develop your, should I say, like your plan and your goals for starting a revitalization project for your community. It guides you. For now, it's still in English, but we're working towards getting as many translations as possible. But then Wikitongues projects are not restricted to English. We have speakers of other languages, and during the language revitalization project, for example, we have speakers of other languages and we have access to translators and translation tools to make it easier. Then there's the Jewish Languages Project, which is intended for the documentation of endangered languages. There are lots of endangered Jewish languages, which the Wikitongues projects are working to revitalize and to also document. Now, I will invite you to take action, whether you're a linguist, a community member, or simply passionate about cultural preservation. There's a role for you. You can either visit Wikitongues' website to contribute to documentation efforts and also spread the word about the importance of language diversity. And another thing you can also do is to join the Wikitongues user group. So the Wikitongues user group has been down for a while, but now we're working to come up. We are back to the community, and we're going to be starting our first program in September. That's next month. So you're welcome to join the Wikitongues user group if you're enthusiastic about languages or preserving a language. And the good thing is that the Language Accelerator program is open to everyone. All language documentation and revitalization projects are also open to everyone. So it's not something that is just for outsiders or linguists, or you as a Wikimedian can join. We have 10 Wikimedians in the Language Revitalization Accelerator, and they're also working to preserve their projects through various areas and aspects. Some of them are building Wikimedia projects, they're building Wikipedias, some are building lexims, while some are working on developing keyboards that can help in contribution to their languages. So you're welcome to join us in any way you think that you might want to help your community grow or revitalize their languages. In conclusion, let's remember that language diversity is a treasure that enriches our world. And Wikitongues' dedication to preserving languages and empowering communities is an inspiring example of what we can achieve when we work together. So I'm inviting you, if you feel that your language has less speakers, less living speakers, or it has, there are some that actually have one living speaker. And once the one living speaker dies, that simply means the language dies if it is not preserved. So you're welcome today to join us in Wikitongues to preserve your language. Thank you for joining me in this exploration. You can email me at stochi@wikitongues.org, or you can email the whole Wikitongues team at hello@wikitongues.org. I'm also on LinkedIn as Tochi Precious. Once again, thank you for joining the session. If you have any question regarding language revitalization or documentation, I'm open to that. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, Tochi. This is Daria from Wikimedia UK. I have a question for you. Hello. I'm curious if you feel what Wikitongues is doing is completely unique in the Wikimedia movement, or maybe are there other initiatives that you think are, I don't know, similar or connected? That I guess I'm thinking, are you like an island that is doing this thing, or are there like connections, maybe overlaps or other projects that are supporting you? I was thinking, for example, about the, I don't know if you know, like the manuscript preservation. It's more Wikisource, but it reminded me a little bit of the idea of preservation. So
I think I lost you, but I don't know if
oh no. Simple question.
Hello?
Oh, I don't know how to help. Are you working alone or with others? I can write in chat, maybe. I don't know. Ah, okay. Oh.
Okay, it's from her end because she's not moving.
But it's red, so.
No, I said it's from her end.
Ah, yes. I think so too. Oh, it's a shame. I can try again later.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, Daria, I lost you.
Okay. Did you hear anything, or?
No, she didn't.
I heard when you were asking if there were other communities in the user group, if there are other user groups or communities doing the same thing, or there's
Are
an
you
overlap.
collaborating? Yes. Are you collaborating? Are there other people, or is your project, would you say, unique?
Sorry about that. Hello, you can type your questions and it will get to her. But can I help do justice to that, to the question?
Hey, Wikimania. This is Will Kent from Wiki Education. I'm excited to share with you a new tool or set of pages that we've been working on to promote equity lists on Wikipedia. So let me walk you through how to use it. First thing you need to know is that on Wikipedia, we've called these equity lists, and you can just search Wikipedia equity lists to get to this particular page. And the way that this tool works is it's based lovingly on Women in Red, one of my favorite projects on Wikipedia. Women in Red gathers lists of women identifying individuals that don't yet have articles in English Wikipedia, but do have articles in other languages. And that encourages folks to write these articles in English. The idea being that people already pass the notability threshold and might have some references associated with them to make it easier to write. And so what this page, the equity list page, does is it does the same exact model, but for these different sets of demographic information or demographic data. And so let's say that we want to write an article about somebody based on their nationality. We can click on this nationality link right here at the top. And I've got a list of African countries I've been building out, and maybe we want to focus on Angola. So we can click into that page, and if we scroll down a bit, we can see here's a table that's powered by the tool Listeria, and it's just doing a Wikidata query. And if we scroll down a little bit, maybe we want to write an article about Amelia Mingus. We can see right here that she's linked red, just like everyone is. And we know that she's from Angola because that's what the query is set to. It also pulls in her Wikidata item and the number of site links. So we know that there's some Wikipedia pages that we can take advantage of. So to write her article, we can just pop open a tab in a new window. And we've got our article page here that we can start to fill out. And to get some information about Amelia, we can go to her Wikidata item and we can scroll all the way to the bottom, which is where the site links live. And we can see that she has pages in these 3 different language versions of Wikipedia. So if we click on the Spanish version, we can scroll down to the bottom and we can see here are some references that we could use. And if you don't speak Spanish or understand it, you can always translate it. And as you may or may not be aware, you can always use a reference in any language version of a Wikipedia article, regardless of what language that reference is in. So we could start to synthesize all of these into a new article, and we could put it here and then publish it. And then we'd have that new article for Amelia Mingus. And if we go back a couple pages back into the equity lists, the nationality one is pretty straightforward. It just gathers different tables of people by their nationality. Gender, we focus along the gender spectrum. I've removed all male identifying individuals and female identifying individuals. So it's all the other remaining genders that you will see represented here. Just because Women in Red already exists and Wikipedia skews toward male biographies, so we don't need to add those at this moment. So that's what that list is focused on. Disability also includes medical conditions and sexual orientation, gathers people who have various sexual orientations and aren't represented yet on Wikipedia, English Wikipedia, and ethnicity also breaks things down by ethnicity. So a lot of cool lists that you can use to promote making Wikipedia a more equitable place by writing new biographies for folks. Some other really cool elements to this page that I want to highlight, if we scroll down quickly, you'll notice there's a whole section about dashboard integration. So if you're familiar with the programs and events dashboard, or the outreach dashboard as it's called, you can follow this link right here to a dashboard training that explains how to scope your programs or your courses. And scoping in this case just means that you're highlighting a specific list of articles that you want people in that edit-a-thon or that course to work on. And so a cool thing about these lists are on every single page, if we click into ethnicity, you can see that there's an ID, a PET scan ID, PS ID that's listed here. And you can just copy this number and paste it into your dashboard to scope your dashboard to this list that is below. And so the idea here is that you would be able to kind of elevate this list and encourage people in a specific program to do work on that list. So those are the equity lists. Again, you can find it by going to Wikipedia, typing in Wikipedia /equity lists. And I hope that you'll have an opportunity to use it. If you have feedback for it, please let me know. It's a brand new resource that we just launched and it needs a lot of work, but I'm excited for you to check it out. Thanks, everybody. Have a great conference.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for watching our talk. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the common challenges made by student editors and some of the ways that we help them avoid these problems. I'm Ian Ramchon. I've been a Wikipedian since 2004, and I've been working as a Wikipedia expert at Wiki Education since 2014.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brianda Felix. My Wikipedia journey has been a bit unique because I first edited Wikipedia as a college student in the Wiki Education program in 2013. I was an editor for that quarter and then didn't really edit until I was reintroduced to Wiki Education in September 2022 when I became a Wikipedia expert.
So just a little bit about Wiki Education and where we're coming from. Since 2010, the program has supported 120,000 student editors who make contributions to Wikipedia as part of class assignments. We support about 6,000 students a term, and so this is just to say that we've supported an awful lot of students, and we've seen just about every mistake a new editor can make.
Yeah. So I'll start us off on the common challenges that first-time editors make. So the first two that I'll cover are reference formatting and quality of sources. So if we take a look here, you can see the arrows pointing to different kinds of errors in reference formatting, right? Many times first-time editors sometimes use URLs as references without providing any additional information, right? Or sometimes they'll use the link that they get through library proxy servers, which don't take you to the piece of information directly. And so those kind of reference links are actually pretty useless, right, for a reader that's trying to find out more information. And then in certain cases, they just skip the cite tool completely and manually input these references, right? So in addressing this specific challenge, right, I think it presents a good opportunity to have a conversation with the student, right, about verifiability and why it's so important, right, that the reader has as much information about the sources themselves so that the reader can then access these sources and check the facts, right? In our case, as Wikipedia experts working with students, and specifically college students, right, this provides a really great opportunity to discuss, right, the unique position that they're in with access to paywalled information and just like their campus libraries and such, where they can get that information, right, and then share it with the global community. So I think it's really important to connect these ideas, which then kind of serve as motivation to the students to fix these references or add more information, right? Once they understand how important it is to have that kind of, or to have that access of information available on Wikipedia for their contributions and for the readers, right? So that's reference and reference formatting. And then when it comes to quality of sources, I see this a lot where critical media literacy doesn't seem to be something that a lot of our first-time editors are trained in, right, or have really learned about in their education studies. So oftentimes this is the first time that they're faced with the task of critically evaluating sources, right, sources of information. And so many of the editors don't know really where to begin when they're evaluating these sources, right? They don't know what questions to ask. So I always find that talking to these editors, right, engaging in a discussion, right, of literally asking them, right, the questions that they should be thinking about. Like, for example, if you look at this, the screenshot below, right, asking the kind of questions like, what kind of podcast is this? Does it have an editorial team, or is it one person that's behind the project, right? If they're using a magazine, like, is this magazine known for fact checking, or is it an opinion piece, right? Is it an opinion piece, or is it neutrally written editorial contribution, right? How easy can you find the About Me page so we know what's going on behind this, right? This project, be it a magazine, newspaper, whatever. So usually at the end of that exercise, students get an idea of the kind of questions they're supposed to be asking when evaluating sources, you know? And in my experience speaking to instructors and such, right, they've said annotated bibliographies, right, which is where you would be asking these questions and where students would be going through the process of critically evaluating their sources, right? Annotated bibliographies usually aren't done until about grad school. So I find that this exercise of finding quality sources to support their contributions tends to be a very prominent challenge that they face as they're writing up their work. Yeah. And then the next three that I found to be very important or common challenges that really affect any contributions to Wikipedia are these three that usually go hand in hand when you're looking at first-time editors' work, right? So those three are essay-like, right? Essay-like issues, tone issues, and then unsourced statements, right? So in this, I chose this example to share with y'all because it really encompasses all three, right? So students or first-time editors, right, are accustomed to writing persuasive essays. And so when we ask them to write neutral, fact-based contributions, they kind of don't have, right, past experience to go off of. And so this is one of the areas where they really get like stuck on is like, well, like, what are you asking me to do, you know? And so, for example, right, you'll see a lot of situations where the student will start off there, or they'll add this header where they're asking a question, right? Why temples were created, you know? And then, which is typical of a college research paper, right? But it's not what we're looking for in a Wikipedia article. Or then, right, when you address tone, you'll find examples. For example, this underlined sentence that starts off as "everyone believes," right? Making these grand statements. And then, of course, the favorite or not favorite error of Wikipedians is that they don't provide a single source for whatever it is they wrote, right? So we have no idea what to check. And so in addressing these errors, I feel like what I find myself telling a lot of student editors to address like all three of these is I ask them to cite, right? This is where I ask them to cite each sentence. I'm like, look over your text that you added or that you're drafting. And I ask them to cite each sentence, right? If you are able to trace the information that you have in each text to a reliable source, then you're going to be good, right? If you can't find the information that you wrote, right, in that reliable source, then it shouldn't be on Wikipedia, kind of thing. So I think it's a lot more work for them to add a citation to each sentence, but at least it helps them see what can stay and what is fluff or original research. And I think they're off better doing that extra work rather than not providing any citations to their text. So, and that exercise, I feel, addresses all three of these common challenges, because then they're able to see, like, does my source say that everyone believed in that the gods controlled the sun and water? If it doesn't, then they probably have to rewrite their work, you know? And so that's the exercise that I like to use to address these common challenges.
So getting a little further into the weeds, one of the hard parts about learning to edit collaboratively, which is something that's going to be new for just about every new Wikipedia contributor, is how you communicate with other editors. So sometimes we tell students, sign your comments, so they stick a signature in the middle of the text they've added to an article. We tell, or they include a note, because footnotes really are almost fairly inaccessible to new Wikipedia editors, or they add a comment in I added this here. I want this to one of their collaborators to communicate with them or something like that. And so the challenge here is, where do you communicate with your other editors? How do you follow up? And obviously, that's what the talk page is for. But talk pages tend to be difficult to find and a little bit unintuitive to people who aren't familiar with Wikipedia. Well, at the same time, if you've been a Wikipedian for a while, talk pages are so completely natural that you forget that everybody doesn't know about this. So it's important as part of the overall orientation program to Wikipedia to explain to people where they need to communicate, what the talk page is for, that they should check the talk page, and all these sort of aspects of communication, and not to stick their comments or communication attempts in the article text. A lot of new editors create new articles. In the student program, we try to direct a lot of participants towards existing articles, but there are missing articles, there are gaps to fill, especially when you're talking about things like the gender gap. And a lot of new editors are creating brand new articles. And where are you doing this? Very often it's in your sandbox. If you create a new article in your sandbox and try to move it to main space, you're faced with a very unintuitive interface where you have to specify namespace, you have to name the article, but the default that fits in there is your username / the name of your sandbox. Lots of stuff like that. So new editors, students and non-students, often will take a sandbox and send it on a wild goose chase through user space, Wikipedia namespace, and all over the place. As somebody who's supporting new students, obviously the first place to try and get this is upfront with your training materials. And I would like to plug a upcoming video that Brand has been working on to do this, to explain how to do this in video. But if you're monitoring, you need a way to follow up with what they're doing. And in the English Wikipedia, there is a feed where if you go to recent changes, you can filter by new users moving out of user space. If you're supporting new editors, watch list this feed, create a link somewhere, and keep this handy. The final thing I want to talk about is manual of style edits. Whether it's something like sticking a reference before punctuation, or the terrible crime of using title capitalization in a section header instead of sentence capitalization, or sticking a set of weird references off at the end and creating a pile of site errors. Manual of style errors are very common for new editors. And it's sort of a double-edged sword. On one hand, this is a good way for a new page patroller or a recent changes patroller to recognize work that's been done by a new editor. And, this is sort of a sign saying, take a closer look at this because there are likely to be errors here. The downside of this is, human nature being what it is, people will take a look at it and find the errors, whether they're there or not. So if you can help new editors avoid a lot of these problems, they're more likely to sort of not be immediately reverted by somebody who's looking at far too much, who's trying to deal with the flood of recent changes or something like that. So getting people to abide by at least the basics of the manual style is a fairly good way to train new editors to avoid the dispiriting experience of having your whole contribution removed because, you know, you put punctuation in the wrong spot. Finally, I'd like to say that while we focused on a lot of errors, new editors and student editors in particular who have gone through a process of training, who get the support that we give them, often do remarkably great work. I am continually really impressed by what they do. So, you know, not to harp too much on the negatives, but these are some of the common errors that we find and that other people run into.
So thanks for joining us on this talk. And if you have any questions, feel free to email us. You can see our emails are up on the presentation and we'll happily answer them. Thanks, Al.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to our Commons Photographers user group session. So my name is Suyash Dwivedi. Basically, I'm from India. And I am honored to be sitting here with the eminent, prominent names like users of my friends, along with Frank. So I am I'm a board member of Commons Photographers user group, and I am holding a vice chair position. And Frank with me is our secretary and the driving force to create this thing. So I think you all are aware about our activities, but here are the list of how we do and what are our future plans. And since this community is very old, and we need lots of guidance from you, suggestions from you. Like this was my first ever photo walk, so I was not experienced enough, but I am lucky enough that we have good guides here. Yesterday, user Poco means I know you by username. He helped me a lot to find out the path where we can go for the photo walk, and yeah. So here we go. So this is our board. Alura is our chair, and photo shy again. So this me, myself, Suyash. Frank is sitting over here. Irwin is here, also here, and I am just waiting for him also. He is our treasurer with no money. Yeah, Shreya is event coordinator. She is doing great. And Kemanaga is our membership coordinator. And Wilson is another event coordinator over here. So we are the team of this 7 persons right now. And we were fortunate enough, we started our terms last year. And because we realized that this 1 year is not enough for us to understand the thing, then we consulted with our members that can we extend our terms. So our members are kind enough and very understanding. They understood that 1 year is not enough for any board to get things working. So we are right now at our extension. So I think we can skip this slide because you know what is our prime motto. And that is the main thing is to just enhance our hand and mix not only handshake with the international community, not inside the Wikimedia, but outside of Wikimedia also. So basically, we are thinking like there are lots of newbies who wanted to get expertise in photography, and all they need some kind of trainings and a mentorship. So we find this as our one of the prime goals. So right now we are working on this. So you might be knowing this famous thing which we do. I think, Frank, would you like to say a few words about this particular, because this is your initiative? Yeah, please.
Wrong room. You told me 324. This is 326.
Oh my goodness, sorry, my bad. Yeah, please.
So a short explanation of this. This started as I think your favorite shot of the year. We were doing it every January. And it turned into your most memorable shot. So this is not about like image quality, Commons photographers are always like obsessed about like all kind of technical details, which in this case doesn't matter. It's really, what is the shot that you remember most? What is it that made this your most memorable shot? And we're doing it every January. And then people are invited to add a short story about the background of that shot. And I invite you to take a look at those pages because people share very personal things. And I find this is one of my favorite things actually to start the year with. And I'm amazed by how personal those stories are and how much you can learn about what people care about and how they feel about their photography. So if you haven't looked at this yet, please take a look. Your most memorable shot, it's really cool. And we've done it for 5 years now. And I'm really looking forward to doing this in January 2024. And you don't necessarily have to be a member of our group in order to participate. So if you're into photography, if you want to add a picture there to that page, please do so, even if you're not a member.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you for explaining that. So yeah, there are, of course, we are known for the photo walk. So we have scheduled one more photo walk for today. It's on today evening by 8. It will start by 6, and we are meeting at 4th floor. That is, I guess, what's the name of that? Yeah, Planetary. So yes, we will be meeting outside, and then yeah, we have that pages updated, the path where we are going to follow, right? So yes, these events are not limited to the Wikimania, but we are also doing it outside. Like this is in Philippines, happened in Philippines. Yes, as I already said, that we are into this training thing. So we are initiated some couple of online meetups and training sessions. So here are the glimpses of some of the events, like band. We have a couple of very interesting sessions over there. So I'm just, yeah. This is, since we are into, we are open up not for the older one, but for newbies also. So we are taking this online session for newbies, especially for the school and college students. And one more thing that we are planning, that everybody don't have the professional camera, but now new generation are more into the mobile photography. So we are also thinking to collaborate with some of the professional mobile photographers, so that they can come and train our fellow Wikimedians. So yes, they are okay, this was very interesting thing. Like, that for photography, lights are not every time favorable for us. So sometimes we need some post-processing. So user X-ray take this wonderful session about how to do post-processing. So this was very useful. So yeah, and we had one collaboration with the CIS A2K in India, where we ran Women Month's Datathon on Commons. It was basically not for the photography, but to to clean up the little bit garbage by making them in proper category. So it was based on categorization. So these are this outcome was very promising, because this whole event happened within the span of 10 days and in very short notice. So you can see that the data was only 13 participants, but there are a good amount of depicts added, more than 37,000 depicts. So which helps to get pictures more categorized in way, more useful for the other commons projects, Wikipedia projects across. Okay. Yeah, this is our online virtual meeting happened recently regarding the underwater photography. Presentation was also there, and this was really people were very much interested about doing this, underwater photography. So yeah. Yeah, this is what about the photographs. Sorry, first it was a confusion that I put this photo walk on 16th, then somebody came to me from the organizer that on 16th it's the opening ceremony, so it is clashing the dates. So we shifted to 18th of August, that is today by evening. I think the map is already over there, the link of map. We will start from here and go nearby the Merlin and surrounding area of that. And we will start by 6 so that we can not only capture the daytime, evening time, but night time as well. And we are not reassembling. We are free to go. Means after having the photograph, you can move from that place also. And we may meet tomorrow over here, because I have also planned a meetup for photographers, common photographers user group. The dates and times are yet not updated because I want to have your opinion that what time suits to us so that we can sit together and brainstorm for the future programs. That's it, I think. And one more thing that, sorry, this is the duplicate one, but it looks much more nicer, so it is still over there. Yeah, okay. So we have our own Telegram group also dedicated for the members. We have a broader group also, yes, Commons. So this is the QR code, and if you find any difficulty to join it, please ping me out. My Telegram ID, sorry, I missed it, but yes, this is the QR code. Take the picture and you can join freely. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your coming. And if you have any suggestions and questions, please, you are welcome. Thank you. No questions? No suggestions? Thank you. Oh, there is no, the process is very simple. All you need to sign up the page. There is no, there is no, you don't need to apply for any visa process. Process is very simple. All you need to sign up. Faster than with AFCOM? Yeah, faster than the AFCOM, of course. Yeah, please.
I take concert photographs. I've been taking concert photographs for
Yes.
a year now. So if you are willing to share some experiences, if you want a teaching session from me on doing. Hi. Well, hi, I'm Wojciech from Poland. For over a year now, I've been taking concert photographs, and they seem to be good enough that some media are reproducing them these days, and they're even adding attribution. Bravo, bravo. So if you want to have a session about taking concert photographies, processing them, I'm more than happy to help you.
Yeah, Frank, please.
This is perfect. So that gives me an opportunity to talk about the next session, because then we have two speakers.
Yeah.
So for our sessions, we always give speakers like half an hour. Most people use it as like 20 minutes presentation and then 10 minutes question. And the cool thing is, I was looking for a second speaker for the beginning of 2024. And if you have time, and I'm going to contact you, then you're the second speaker, because I already have someone from Nepal who's going to talk about travel photography in the mountains of Nepal, and I'm super, super excited about both topics. Concert photography and Nepalese mountain photography are going to be the topics for our maybe January or February session, if that works for you. So I'm super excited about that. Thank you for...
Yeah, sorry.
We can talk about that.
Yeah.
Very cool. Thank you so much for volunteering.
Okay. Thank you. This is a sign from our, a quick question actually. We have.
Yeah. My name is Mermoz Adodo.
Yeah.
I come from Wikimedia Benin, Africa. I already.
Yeah.
Okay. It's clear
yes,
now?
Fine. Go on.
Okay. My name is Mermoz Adodo. I'm come from Benin, Wikimedia Benin user group. I have already signed, put my username on the page. But the problem is a matter of language. Me, I don't speak very well English. I try my best.
Neither me. I'm still struggling.
But I noticed that when I put message on the PDD, I have not the feedback quickly. Please make something like that. I will join the group Telegram soon.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So thank you everyone for having your time. And if you are into that Telegram group, I'll make sure I can spread this message as much as possible. We will find the time and date, the time where we can sit together in our Commons Photographers user group meetup. There we can discuss these issues more broadly. And thank you for your time. Thank you. Yeah, sure. We are common photographers, and if we don't have for group photograph, then it's going to be, Come on, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to this session about the amazing Wikidata query service and our difficult efforts to scale it. So let's start with a few basics. For those who don't know, what is the Wikidata query service? The Wikidata query service is a very critical part of Wikidata. It is used to query all the relations in Wikidata, all the statements, to basically make sense of the data. And it's a crucial tool to really work with the data that is in Wikidata and unlock its true power, so to say. And another thing that's important to understand for what's coming is that it's running on a software called Placegraph. So who actually currently uses the query service as this critical part of Wikidata's infrastructure? First of all, Wikidata editors are using it to basically understand and maintain the whole knowledge graph that is Wikidata. They use it for advocacy work to show, hey, this is all the cool stuff you can do with Wikidata, to run workshops and help people work with Wikidata, and simply to show off all the cool stuff they've been working on, with, for example, visualizations like you can see them here. Beyond that, there's a group that I call knowledge seekers and sharers, who are people on the internet who want to find out weird, interesting, informative things and to use queries to satisfy their curiosity. So for example, if you want to know if there were any popes who had children who were also popes, Wikidata query service can tell you, and the answer is yes, that is a thing. Or it's public domain day, and you can query for works that become that go into the public domain on a certain date, for example, and share that with the world. Then we have what I call small and medium-sized reusers, so people, organizations, groups building applications on top of Wikidata to help people understand the world better, share knowledge. There's 3 examples here. The bottom one is Gov Directory, a really cool tool to help people connect to their government and make their voices heard by using the data in Wikidata for how to contact certain parts of governments in different countries. Or we have the Open Art browser, very cool tool to dive into visual art, sculptures, and more. Or here, a tool to better understand women scientists and the contributions they've made. Then we have the other Wikimedia projects, Wikipedia, Wikivoyage, and so on and so on, basically using it to fill info boxes, but also to structure their work through, for example, building lists for campaigns. So you're trying to get more articles written about women scientists at a certain institutions. You can write a query to give you what is currently there and see which ones you're still missing with an article on your Wikipedia, for example. Women in Red, for example, is a group that uses this quite extensively. And in general, using it to better understand the contents of their projects, like how many women are we writing about, how many people from certain areas are we writing about, which articles are we missing that are covered in a lot of other Wikipedias, for example. And last but not least, Wikimedia development teams and tool builders who are building tools that heavily rely on queries to Wikidata. So for example, we have the item quality evaluator. You can write a Sparkle query, get a list of items you're interested in, like a list of Star Trek episodes, for example, and then have it give you the quality level of each of those items and then improve the worst ones, for example. Or we have integrality, which gives you dashboards for Wikidata items and their completeness, and helps you find areas where stuff is missing in Wikidata items. Right, so now we looked at who uses it, and now let's look at the scale of the whole thing. It is one of the largest Sparkle endpoints on the internet, and it's, as far as I know, the only one at this size that is publicly queryable for anyone to use that wants to. There are right now 15 billion triples in the query service that are coming from around 105 million items, and on those items there are around 1.5 billion statements, plus some on properties and lexemes, but in the grand scheme of things, those are still comparatively small. And the query service has to deal with about 700,000 edits per day on Wikidata, and it's serving 5,000 requests per minute. So 5,000 queries per minute. Now, you all here probably know this. There are a bunch of challenges with this, and they are all interconnected. One of the issues we have is keeping up with the data size. So Wikidata is very successful. You're all doing amazing work, which means more and more data gets into Wikidata, which means more and more data needs to end up in the query service, and BlazeGraph needs to deal with that. Problem is, BlazeGraph does not have what we call sharding support. So you cannot easily distribute it across different servers, for example, which means we need larger and larger disks and more and more memory to make this run. On top of that, there are some internal limitations in BlazeGraph that mean it will at some point reach a limit, even if we add more and more memory and more disk space to it. Second cluster of problems. It's getting a lot of load. So there, as I said, there are a lot of edits happening on Wikidata, each of which needs to be put into BlazeGraph so you can query it. And there are a lot of people querying the query service, so the more and more people are building cool applications. On top of it, the more and more queries will be sent to the query service, which is amazing, but also tough to deal with on a completely open query service instance. And last but not least, it is a challenge for us, specifically for the search platform team at the foundation, to keep the whole thing stable and secure. So we are experiencing issues where randomly servers crash because of limited capacity and overload that BlazeGraph just can't deal with. And unfortunately, thank you, Amazon, BlazeGraph is no longer maintained, which means it will run out of support, or it basically has run out of support. There will be no security updates and things like that in the future, which is not great for a publicly accessible endpoint. So what does all of this mean for us? It means that legitimate queries that we want people to run, for example, queries to maintain data in Wikidata, queries to build cool tools like Gov directory, are timing out because we have more and more data to deal with. This problem also gets worse because there's more and more data to query through and to analyze before a query can be answered. So as more data gets into Wikidata, this problem becomes worse. All of this means that people are starting to restrict their editing, which is also not great because we all want to edit and we all want to make data available to the world. And last but not least, it means that we're very hesitant to build new stuff on top of it that would be super useful to have because it would add more problems to an already problematic situation, which means editors and reusers to not get cool new stuff. Also not good. So that was the problem. What do we do about it? We have already done a bunch of stuff, but by far not enough. So what have we done? We have introduced what is called a new streaming updater. So now it is no longer as much of a problem when there are a lot of edits happening on Wikidata. Blazegraph can keep up much better and not be completely out of sync with what's happening on Wikidata anymore. So that's great. Problem is not completely solved, but it's a fairly good situation now. We've also made a disaster mitigation plan because there's a lot of uncertainty when we actually hit limits. That means the query service just will not run anymore. We've made a plan for that. We've communicated it. You can read up on it on Wiki if you haven't seen it yet. So this is basically, if worst comes to worst, this is what we're doing. We've also gotten someone to look at different alternatives for backends to replace Blazegraph. There's no decision made, but there's at least a short list of things that could potentially work and that we could potentially move to. And last but not least here, we have taken a lot of pressure off the system by moving things elsewhere. So for example, we've built out the Wikibase ecosystem so that people can move data that they would otherwise have put into Wikidata, but that's maybe a bit too specialized, too niche, too much for Wikidata. It doesn't fit the notability guidelines and so on, can find a different home, either in their own Wikibase instance or on what we call Wikibase Cloud, which is the hosted Wikibase as a service that we provide from Wikimania Deutschland. We've also developed the Wikibase REST API to let people do operations that don't need the whole shebang of the query graph, of the query, to do those requests on stuff we can more easily optimize, on stuff that we can more easily cache, and so on. So if you don't need the whole graph, if you're not actually querying, but just accessing individual data points, do not use the query service, use the REST API. And if it doesn't work for you yet, let us know, because that should. Then we've also improved the documentation to basically help people understand when they should be using which of those systems that we have available, because there are a bunch, not just the REST API. That's what we have been doing. What are we doing right now? We are thinking through what it would mean to split off some parts of Wikidata into their own Blazegraph instance. So still keeping the data in Wikidata, but having a separate Blazegraph instance that you would query via federation. There are a lot of things to think through and discuss and so on, but that is something we're looking into. I've also started discussing with the Wikisite people, hi, about the future of all these scientific articles in Wikidata and what we do with them. Where we want to go with those. Yeah, and last but not least, we're trying to reduce what I would call redundant data, so data that is actually already there but is duplicated in Wikidata for reasons. One example is you have an item for a person, and their name would be repeated as a label across 300 plus languages. Maybe we don't need to store this name 300 times, but maybe once, or maybe twice in a different writing system. But then maybe that's enough. Yeah, so we're introducing a new language code for that to help make that happen. We're also making some interface changes to make it less likely for people to want to enter this redundant data. Let's see how that goes. In the future, what's coming? So it's very clear that we need to continue addressing all of those problems, right? We need to work on the huge amount of data in Wikidata. We need to figure out how we deal with the query load. We need to continue talking about edit load. And last but not least, somehow address the fact that Blazegraph is unmaintained. How are we dealing with, there's a lot of data in Wikidata. we need to start thinking about moving very specialized, niched, and so on data into their own Wikibases and connect those to Wikidata to keep the data accessible, but also think about the Wikibase ecosystem as a whole and not be bound to everything needs to be in Wikidata to be accessible. We need to get to the point where we're actually building a whole ecosystem and we're relying on linked data principles to make all of this data accessible. We need to continue the development and then also the editing work required to reduce the redundant data that we have. The moral language code is the first part of that, but there's also more ideas around this. For example, automated descriptions, because there's a lot of redundancy in descriptions. There are thoughts around improving Lua modules. So some of the data that is stored right now in items could move away because it's just stored there, so info boxes can access that data. And last but not least, splitting the graph into two Blaze graph instances, as I said before. Then, for the huge amount of queries we have, we will continue talking to people about moving to other access method where it is sensible and where they don't need the graph. So that is, for example, work on making more of those other methods available and more usable, like the dumps. They are not very usable right now, but are usually a very good way to access the data if you want to do large-scale analysis on the data, for example. We've also been thinking about automatically detecting when queries don't need the query service and then redirecting them automatically to other services. Not sure yet if that will work and if we'll actually do it, but it's something we're thinking about. Also, some people write very inefficient queries that we can automatically rewrite. Another thing that could be on the table. And then last but not least, increasing the incentives and pressure to move to some other systems. So for example, if you're doing a lot of queries that don't need the graph, then be more strict about contacting you and tell you, hey, could you maybe not? Could you maybe do do your work this other way? That gives you the same result. But again, we will see how that goes. Then the large amount of edits, that again goes into reducing the amount of redundant data I was talking about, and all the edits that come with it. So for example, prime example for me are scientific articles where a bot comes and writes in the description scientific article across, I don't know how many languages, across many, many items, many millions of items. And maybe that's not needed and we can automate some of that. And last but not least, I maintain Blaze graph. We have to figure out where we move and then actually move. That is a long time in the future, it seems now. It seems like right now, but we will have to see. And at the same time, we're talking to researchers, companies, and so on to basically evangelize for new, better options that we could move to. Because being able to say that you're running the Sparkler endpoint for Wikidata is actually a pretty cool thing. So if anyone is very excited about writing their own Sparkler endpoint, talk to me. Easy, exactly. Especially at our scale. Piece of cake. All right. That is the status quo. We have about 10 minutes for questions. And if you want to stay up to date, subscribe to the Wikidata Weekly Summary. Come to the search platform team's office hours. They're lovely people. Or send me an email, poke me on my talk page. Thank you very much. All right. Where are all your questions? Yes. There's a mic coming there.
Thank you. Yeah, so I have two questions. One is if there is like a guideline, or you're thinking of creating a guideline maybe with the community for deciding whether a set of data should go to the main Wikidata or to Wikibase cloud. And then the other question is regarding this evangelization to create new backends, whether you know if this need is shared by other organizations other than Wikimedia, maybe in the industry, like are we the only ones needing this solution or not? Thanks.
Yeah. So Wikidata is not the only project that has this problem. All the other Wikibases will at some point hit similar problems unless they are very small and constrained. But I'm very sure that there will be quite a few that reach similar sizes to Wikidata in terms of data size. I'm not aware, but I would love to hear it if anyone knows someone, other organizations independent of Wikibase who would be good allies in this battle, yes. And your first question around developing guidelines, yes, I'd totally be up for that. That sounds great. Cool.
Next question.
So there's clearly technical problem, and that's a you problem.
Not just me, but yes.
You all. And there's also, yeah, basically what Diego said, the guidelines on things. I'm doing my part to say, no, stop using Sparkle for that. I'm using one more Clever, for instance, which is Sparkle with dumps. So it's 2 weeks old. Oh my God, for data that didn't move for 10 years sometimes, that's good enough. And my question is, how can we work together to think about what the future will really look for people? For instance, for multi-language tag, it's more or less technically ready, I think. But
it's almost ready for first test.
Yes, but my question is how the community knows about it, because when I spoke about it, they don't mostly.
Yes.
And yeah, obviously, name of people will be a first low-hanging fruit for that, but there's a shitload of things that will need that too. I'm thinking about Wikisource, title of books, edition, things like that.
Yep.
So how do we talk to the community about that?
Yes. So in the next days or weeks, hopefully more days than weeks, there will be a call for testing of what we currently have for the more language code. And then you hopefully all say, yes, this is amazing, and we're going to do this. And then there is a page on Wikidata for all things small language code, which we will point people to. And that seems like a good place to figure out policies and processes for, okay, now that we have it, what do we do with it? But I think we should maybe find spaces and time to go even beyond that and talk about more of the redundant data. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Hello, Diego from Spain. I'm mostly active on Commons. Have a question about Placecraft. You said that it's not being maintained anymore. So my first question would be, is that not a real issue? And
Yes.
the second question would be, if it's out of maintenance, but the code is there and it's still open source code, doesn't it make sense to take it over and continue from there instead of looking for something new?
Yeah. Placecraft being unmaintained is a problem, yes. So far, it's fine. But at some point, we will hit the point where security vulnerabilities might be disclosed, and then we'll have to figure out how to close them and stuff like that. So yes, this is a problem. Not a things are on fire right now problem, but still a problem. Then your point about taking over Placecraft maintenance, basically, and that was on the table. The vibe I've gotten from the people who would then be the maintainers is Nope. Do not want. Not judging, fine either way, but it seems to be a very large and complex project. We already have way too many large and complex projects. In an ideal world, someone else's problem would be that large and complex project, and we would use it. Yeah, this is where we're at, and there are decent-ish alternatives. So, for example, Clever is one of those alternatives that seems to be starting to reach a point where it's actually a viable alternative, maybe.
Thank you.
I think we have time for one or maybe two questions.
Beat Estermann from Switzerland. Talking about federation, I see several challenges there, and I'd like to hear your thoughts about that and maybe what is the state of discussions there. One is decision making. Where does the master data in which areas go in order to avoid duplication of data across many systems? Non-standard Sparkle on our side. And the third one is like ontology alignment across these different data stores, which are kind of a prerequisite for federated queries to work smoothly.
Yeah. That part is not going to be a piece of cake. I have no illusions about that, and we will run into issues. Around decisions to not duplicate data, I think at the end of the day, it's fine if some data is duplicated in different Wikibase instances or even in other linked data endpoints that we could query. My hope, maybe naive, is that there will be a process, right, where people, similar to where we are with Wikidata now, so maybe we don't need to keep the copy of that data and instead rely on the data being there. But honestly, we'll have to try and see for some of that. Sorry, I forgot one of your other points. Non-standard Sparkle, yes. Non-standard Sparkle is not great because it's now also biting us with the move away from BlazeGraph. We have custom BlazeGraph extensions, which are not super easy to get into another software. So in an ideal world, we would move away from those custom things as much as possible, I would say. Yes, but not the first thing on the list. But it's worth digging into more, I would say.
Really quick follow-up. Instant Wikidata, thumbs up, thumbs down?
When you say instant Wikidata, do you mean the Wikidata equivalent to instant comments? Yes. For those who don't know, this is how you can use comments, images, on your third-party MediaWiki installation as if Commons was your best buddy. So some people are asking for a similar thing for Wikidata so that you can build info boxes on your third-party MediaWiki installation. So yay, nay, don't care. Yay? Another yay? Okay. If it's yay, come to me so I can subscribe you to the ticket where we're tracking this. Cool. I think we are close to out of time, but there seems to be more questions there, so let's take one more.
We have time for one more, I think.
Let's take one more.
Actually, it's not a question. So is that for Wikibase as well? You know, the instance that you are aware that we are been trying at the Smithsonian, it's not the Wikibase.cloud, but it's the Wikibase that we've been trying to bring up.
if that's something you would have, I can add it to the ticket as something we should explore making possible.
Yeah, we want to experiment that. Thanks.
Cool. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lydia.
You can stay for the Wikisite session. And also, I have stickers, Wikidata stickers. I'll be in the back of the room. Come and get stickers.
Good. We will start the next set of talks. This is actually a set of lightning talks, and hopefully we will have some time for discussion as well. Very related. Lydia was just talking about BlazeGraph. We are talking about using BlazeGraph, among other things. The program today, I will give a short introduction to this kind of concept of Wikisite. I know many of you in this room are familiar of the people I know, but I will talk a little bit about that. And then we have 4 short talks, including a couple videos we will play. 3 of the lightning talk speakers are here. 1 is not able to be with us in person in Singapore. I hope we'll have time for discussion. There is a slide deck which you can access. The link is here, and I'll show this link again. There are Etherpads for this session. They're hard to find. The link is here. You can get it also out of the Wikimania wiki. My name, by the way, is Phoebe Ayers. I'm from Boston in the USA. I'm a librarian in my day job, and I have been involved in the Wikisite initiative for a few years now. So Wikisite refers to this community that's interested in citations, bibliographic metadata. Is kind of the term of art in libraries, right? And specifically citations and bibliographic metadata in the Wikimedia projects, in Wikidata and in Wikipedia and the other projects. The term Wikisite kind of refers to a collection of projects, which we'll hear about a few of in this session, as well as the community. So this is kind of an umbrella term for the umbrella community that is interested in citations. It's a loosely organized group of people. In fact, sort of self-organized at this point, right? Like if you are interested in citations and bibliographic data, you are a part of Wikisite, or you could be a part of Wikisite. Wikisite also referred to a set of conferences that were funded with specific grants that the Wikimedia Foundation got. Those are now finished, but ran from 2016 to 2020. There was a steering committee for those conferences and those grants, which I was a member of. And we had, several good strategy meetings and project meetings and hackathons in that time. The real meat of this is what are the current questions about Wikisite? So there's lots of questions. The big one Lydia already brought up, which is where should citation data be in the Wikimedia universe? Should it be in Wikidata? Should it be someplace else? The question is relevant because, as we just heard, there's query problems. There's a lot of bibliographic data in the world. There's a lot of bibliographic data in Wikidata. We might not have room for all of it, or we might not have the ability to query all of it specifically. There's a lot that we don't have. So the question is, how big do we go, and where do we put it? The very related question is how do we share this data across the projects? So if you've got a Wikipedia and you want to use a citation that's in Wikidata, how should that work for you? Or Commons or Wiktionary. What tools can we build to understand citations better? The 3-4 talks will be about the tools that folks have built. If we can understand citations, does that mean we can improve content quality also? Like, can we understand misinformation better, disinformation better? Can we understand how to better trace the provenance of information on our projects? And how should we do that with data? I will say there's a vibrant community on the mailing list, on social media. There's a big Telegram group that lots of people are in. James Hare, who many of you know from the Internet Archive and Wikimedia, has also recently started monthly Zoom calls again, and you can join those. And there's a notice, there's a link in this meta page up here, and they're also announced on the mailing list. I'll stop here and turn it over to my friend Diego. But before I do that, there's other talks on this program. Some of these have happened already. But when you go back and you're watching the recordings, there's a bunch of other WikiCite talks this year at Wikimania. Here are some of them. And now I will turn it to Diego. Thanks. So we will save questions for the end. I think we'll have time to do 4 short talks, and then we'll have a discussion. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Phoebe. Okay, so I will talk very briefly about a project, WikiCite-related project that I worked in 2 years ago. It's called CETA. So in the scientific community, citations is, of course, a central part of it, just like it is in Wikipedia as well. We are always building on what previous scientists have built. So understanding citations is a very important part to understand how knowledge evolves in whatever field. And this data, like what papers cite which papers, what works cite which works, has become increasingly available in the open in the last years, thanks to the effort of, for example, the Initiative for Open Citations, the Open Citations Project, and much of this information is also available in Wikidata. However, when we started this project, there was, to our knowledge, no popular reference management software, which is the software that scientists, journalists, etc. use to organize their bibliographic metadata. There was no such software that had support for citation graphs. So you would know, like, what is the title of a work, what are the authors of the work, but you wouldn't know on the reference management software what other works each work cited. So the idea of the project that was financed by a WikiCite grant the year that the conference could not be held because of the pandemic, this was in 2020, is to bring support to Zotero for this citation graphs, either getting this information from Wikidata or adding that information manually. Also, because providing visualization support for this information so that it would be easy for users of the software to discover new relevant connected works, and also provide a way for people that might be adding this information manually, who are Zotero users, but who maybe do not much about Wikidata or are not active Wikidata editors, to contribute this information they collected directly to Wikidata and make it available to other Wikidata or CETA users. Well, right now, this software has been downloaded. I mean, we know it's being used by around 3,000 users. We are not sure about how this will continue being because of what Lydia and also Phoebe were saying about we're not sure what's going to happen with bibliographic data in Wikidata. But regarding those things, well, CETA, it was planned that it doesn't support only Wikidata, but maybe also other bibliographic repositories. And also, the scope of CETA is beyond just journal articles. So yes, we do know that sometimes there is some replication between what is held in Wikidata and what is held in, like, for example, other repositories like OpenAlex. But there are other kind of work that are not available in other repositories, like, for example, very old books. And maybe Wikidata can still be a repository for that. But that's, of course, a longer discussion related to what Lydia and Phoebe were talking about. And also, we're not sure about long maintenance of the project, like many free software projects maintained by volunteers. When the grant ended, maintenance rate decreased a little bit. Then someone appeared that was a user of the project that actually took the maintenance of the project. I'm very thankful for him, Dominic Dalosto. But now also he's not a developer full-time. He's a student. He's pursuing his PhD. So we're not sure whether he will be able to continue maintain it in the future. Well, that's it about it. So thank you. And I think it's your turn, Jose Martin. Okay, thanks.
So do you want to come up or introduce yourself and then we can play the video?
Yeah. So hello everyone. So I'm Hossein Turkey. I actually have another presentation within a few minutes about using LLMs actually to edit Wikipedia and Wikidata. Well, I will be talking a little bit about a thing that I have been working on for a year and a half, which is a collection for frontiers in research metric and analytics about how to use actually Wikidata to provide real-time research assessment of topics and scientists. So enjoy your time.
I think it's this here. If I press play again, what happens?
Hello everyone. My idea about integrating Scholia and ORKJ to enhance real-time research assessment of scientists, institutions, others, etc. So as you already know, WikiCite is an open database of bibliographic metadata hosted in Wikidata, and it is mainly built based on crowdsourcing from open resources such as Open Citations and Crossrefs. And it includes bibliographic metadata such as citations, source titles, authors, publication years, external identifiers, etc. However, what WikiCite does not support is what is included inside the paper. This means the research metadata. For example, it does not involve the reused methods in research paper, the sample size, the main results, the target variables, etc. However, there is another resource called ORKJ, the Open Research Knowledge Graph, that is an open database of linked research metadata. It is structured in the RDF format, just like Wikidata. Well, Scholia, as the tool, is a Sparkle-based dashboard for generated scientometric profiles, as you already know, and it is mainly driven by the data provided by WikiCite project. It provides statistical overview about publications, scientists, venues, prices, institutions, and countries. But however, it does not involve statistics about the method used by scientists and institutions, the main research findings of scientists and institutions, etc. So what we can do here is that we can use ORKJ just to add new Sparkle queries to Scholia to actually cover these kinds of useful information. And as ORKJ is an RDF knowledge graph, it has its own Sparkle endpoint. And at this point, we can use a query federation with ORKJ just to generate federated queries and have integrated results that includes insights from Wikidata and ORKJ at once. So that's my main idea. I think that this idea is very important to bring Schoolia and Wikisite to the next stage of the development of real-time research assessment. So if you have any question regarding this method, feel free to reach out to me. I will be happy to answer it, to answer all of your questions, and mainly discuss more ideas related to such an integration of Wikidata with other resources to enhance real-time research assessment. Thank you.
Super, thank you. I think that I think that we will have time for questions for our speakers who are here in person, and then maybe we'll play the last video because Rod was not able to be online. So I want to make sure we maximize our time with the folks who are here. So our last short talk is from SJ. You want to take it away? Sure. Okay.
I love these. I want to talk about crap for a minute. And I don't know, if the people in the audience, how many of you have interacted with the Wikipedia 1.0 project? Great. It's very federated, it's very decentralized. Wiki project by wiki project, people go through and assess individual articles in the categories that their project cares about with regards to their importance and their quality. And every year or couple of years, someone pings all the wiki projects and says, hey, can you guys go around and try updating and making sure that any new articles have a tag, and then summarize, they run a handful of bots that summarize the current state for each project. Projects can compare, they can see how well they're doing. And it's just a very satisfying thing to have a nice report card. And the idea was for there to eventually be a Wikipedia 1.0, a nice snapshot of something that everyone felt good about. You could take the slice of articles that were above some threshold of quality and some threshold of importance and make a snapshot. In the end, I think we've ended up making a lot of offline snapshots that don't rely too heavily on that data, but some initiatives use this explicitly as how they decided what to distribute in different contexts. Nice things about this are it's very low key, it's very lightweight, most people don't notice it, and it doesn't really need any elaborate data structures. You're just adding categories to talk pages. So what do we do after Wikipedia 1.0? We're sort of there in a few dozen languages. We have very good coverage. Citations. I think in the same sense, we should be assessing citation quality and coverage for all the articles. Most articles have a bunch of citations that have been assessed loosely based on the known reliability of the source domain, but not necessarily in terms of whether they include the claim that they're attached to. So just in the same way that we need to regularly go through other articles to figure out whether the quality has changed, you should regularly check whether the citation at the end of a paragraph still refers to what's mentioned in the paragraph. These are things that can be automated in the same way. We should, so I've been working in this arena trying to help build some of the tools that would be useful for getting this done. And I think if we did this, Wikipedia is already the best cited collection of knowledge out there on the web, which is a little odd because you would think that investigative journalists and other encyclopedias would really want inline citations. But for the most part, with a few exceptions, people are happy to just stick with some works cited at the end. So we should make more hay about that and invite people to build tools like this. We already have CitationBot, which helps people clean up citations and make them beautiful. James Hare worked on a credibility bot that goes through all of the sources used as references in articles in a category, which would be very useful to wiki projects. We tried this with the vaccines wiki project, and shows you things like this dashboard at the bottom. How many articles were included, how many domains there were, how many of them are known to be reliable. Right now, that 3% is very low because a lot of these were archived, and so it's just the proximal link is to a DOI resolver or to some other redirect. So one of the things that I think caring more about citation reliability would get to is little things like fixing the citation template so that you're pointing to a non-redirect as an indicator of the source domain, or somehow otherwise describing the source domain. And we do have some mechanisms for flagging sources, and there are some more, like ORES has, probably not ORES now. Some of the new automated tools that are feeding into enterprise flows are thinking about doing source evaluation. So it would be great for us to end up with a few more flags, explicit flags. Right now, a lot of the flags are embedded in user scripts and user widgets that people use for reading that highlight the sources on a page for how good they are. So I would love to talk to people who are doing work like this. I've been working on versioning tabular data with the Underlay project for perennial sources tables to do things like map the different topic-specific perennial sources tables across wiki projects into one another or into the global one. And WD crap, which I invite everyone to contribute to, is the Wikidata project discussing source reliability, how we can improve it, what a shared schema might look like. So I hear that the Wikidata graph is going to be split, and that if it is split, it's probably going to be bibliometrics that are split out. That gives us an opportunity to figure out what a split could look like that includes other citation data. I would love to talk to people who are doing work on enterprise that are capturing some of these reliability signals. And we could use some campaigns and some partnershins or partnerships that help to gather information that's out there in the wild that's not yet freely available and say, please give us, under a CC0 license, all this data about anything cited on Wikipedia. Thanks.
So stay there. Yeah, I think before I play this last video, which is from Rod Page, our friend and colleague Rod Page, about ALEC, using ALEC, are there questions for Diego, Hussein, or SJ about their projects? I want to pause. Or me, I suppose, as your MC. But, you know, like getting references in, using references to understand articles, getting research information in. It's very relevant to my day job as a librarian. Yeah, I see one question here.
Yeah, maybe two questions. One was about the reliable sources and getting more sophisticated about what is included in reliable sources than what is on the current list. So I'm interested in policy reports and papers and how they fit in. They're not generally very well catalogued, so it's difficult to find them. Often may or may not have URLs, etc., and quite difficult to assess. And I'm also wondering about shared citations from how we have get the citations that are actually on Wikipedia to be able to analyse them.
Yeah, do you want to stand up here? I don't know if we have a
Starting with your last question first. When you say shared citations, do you mean the shared citations proposal from a couple of years back?
Well, yeah, that.
For instance.
If that's not still happening, then what's happening with being able to have a dynamic list of citations from Wikipedia?
Yeah. So my take is we should start by defining the wiki base that will split out some of the existing bibliometric and source metadata that's in Wikidata, which is a different starting point from what was in the shared citations proposal. But there are already a bunch of properties about some of the things that you mentioned that you might care about. Domain reliability or non-domain if you don't really have a domain, some other measure. And there are some very underused properties that we could start using and then normalize a community around that. There's a discussion on the WD Crap Talk page, which is like, what are properties that you use for these sorts of things? And can we make them better? What else do we need to add? Your first question was?
So currently the reliable sources are considered to be books, journal articles, news articles. That's about it.
Are you working on a policy paper project? Because
I am.
Okay,
actually,
great. So
yes.
I've seen that project, which is great. We should definitely do more things like that, and there are many more countries. You were just working in Australia?
Yes, but the project won't just be about Australian policy issues. So so I'm Amanda Lawrence, and I've just got a Wikimedia Foundation grant to look at policy topics. So rather than there's been studies on science and medical kinds of areas where you probably are more reliant on journal articles, but the policy space is really a lot of organisations. Some of them are top of the line, some of them are very dodgy, but it's quite difficult. Yeah. There's thousands of them, thousands and thousands of them. So perennial sources is going to be very difficult.
Yeah. So I'll just say that the one parallel is preprint servers, and there are increasingly fields on the cutting edge that publish almost everything through preprint servers. And if you look, like archive.org in perennial sources is listed as do not trust, which really varies a huge amount with category and author. So let's talk about. I think we can do much better than domains in those cases.
Yeah, do either of you want to address that? I can also talk about that. Reliable sources is a bit bigger than the data itself, but is very related to how we get the data in, like the kinds of data Diego's talking about, like all of the infrastructure has to support citing these things too, right? Is my take. Nicholas, and then I'm gonna play this video, I think, which is about 5 minutes. We'll do just like 30 seconds over, yeah.
Actually, it's kind of a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Wikisource. When there will be a split in the graph or things like that, where will Wikisource be ending? Because we need the site link, so many Wikidata, and you want overtype. So there's that. Big question.
I think you should answer this question about Wikisource. I don't have an answer. But say again the question.
I think that's again the same question I asked before to Lydia, is how we prepare to that, because there will be redundant data somewhere. Obviously, it's unavoidable. There will be point of pen where we have to choose, and my question is, how do we prepare for that? And could Wikisite help also? Because Wikisource is not just me. Anyway.
Wikisource. Does anyone want to talk about Wikisource? This feels like a hallway discussion, perhaps. I don't know. Yeah. Let me, because I have a nice talk here from our colleague Rod Page, who could not be here in person, so I will play this about OpenALEC, and then I do invite, there's a lot of people in the room here who have worked on citations. Annie Mabbitt has worked on citations that are relevant to your project that's relevant for your question, Amanda. So there's a lot to say about Wikidata. I originally proposed this session for an hour and for discussion, and I wish we could have that, but we will have it tonight over karaoke instead. Citation karaoke. So thank you, everyone.
Hi, I'm Rod Page, and today I'm going to talk to you about a little tool that I built called ALEC. And this is a tool for visualizing information in Wikidata. So by way of background, I'm a biologist by training. I'm interested in biodiversity and taxonomy, the study of classifying species. And I make a lot of use of the wikis. I use Wikipedia, Wikispecies, and Wikidata. And one of the things that sort of is challenging here is that there are lots of different wikis with all sorts of different kinds of information. And this information can be presented differently. So, for example, if I'm interested in a monkey called the banded Cyrillol, which is found in Singapore and other parts of Southeast Asia, I can go to Wikipedia, or I can get lots of information that's aimed at somebody reading it. This is human readable information. I can go to Wikispecies, which is quite an interesting wiki. This is one of the few wikis that's focused on a particular topic, unlike most wikis, which are global in scope but differ in language. And lastly, I can go to Wikidata. Now, the interface of Wikidata is very different. It's all about editing information. So it's great if you want to edit things, but not so useful if you want to just find out what do we know. So what I decided to do is to make a little tool that can help me navigate information that's in Wikidata. So this is a tool called ALEC. ALEC is an acronym. It's also my son's name. I still haven't figured out a good explanation for that acronym. What we're seeing here on the left is a screenshot from ALEC that shows some information about the same monkey that we've been looking at. And this is all information which comes from Wikidata. So information about links to other databases, if you want to learn more about that particular species, where it's found, other parts of its taxonomy, there are subspecies within the species. And most particularly, and the thing that I'm really interested in, is links between this species and the literature. These are articles, scholarly articles in Wikidata that tell us something about this particular monkey. So this is a direct link to the evidence for that particular species. So under the hood, what's happening here? So ALEC uses the Wikidata query service, a standard way of querying information in Wikidata. When it gets the results back, it formats them in a particular way as a list, very much like something called an RSS feed. And then I take those lists and I format them in different ways depending on what I'm looking at. And as I said, my focus is on publications. I'm very interested in the WikiCite project, which is trying to get the scholarly literature into Wikidata. But I'm also interested in people and species and so on. So just some examples. This is how a journal looks. And you can see here, this is a journal, and these are all articles. And when you see a thumbnail like that, that tells you that we have a free-to-read PDF for that article. So this is a way of showing you, here are the articles for this journal, and by the way, these are the ones you can have a look at and read. Academic journals often have a very complicated history, and Wikidata is great for this. This is the sort of family history of one particular journal. This is a French journal called Adamsonia, and it's been renamed, and there's all sorts of very complicated things going on here. This is a way to summarize that history, which is all documented in Wikidata. And also, taxonomy doesn't happen without people, without taxonomists, so I'm very keen in helping document those. This is one taxonomist, this is the late Vicky Funk, and you can see there's a page here. It has information on her publications, but also information on publications about her. So these are obituaries, for example, published shortly after her death. So if you're interested in understanding the impact of this particular scientist, Wikidata would be a great place to start. So just to summarize, so the underlying goal of this work is to document biodiversity, in particular by uploading publications about species and linking those to the species, but also to the people who publish that information, to the specimens that taxonomy is based on, to museums, which are also in Wikidata, and so on. I need a tool to help display the results, but also to find gaps. And that's what ALEC does for me. If I go to a journal page in ALEC and I don't see any articles, I know that's a journal that needs work. And if you find any of this work of interest, then I invite you to go and try ALEC at this website here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you all for joining us. I'm sorry to eat into your break. I would encourage everyone to, I'm going back to the beginning, to join us in the WikiCite conversations that happen online if you're not already in these places and you're interested in these topics. Because as you can tell, there are many, many, many very cool projects that are happening. So it's break now, right, until 3:30? True? Okay, so we have a 10-minute break, but if there are questions, again, for any of our speakers, Sam, Hussein, Diego, feel free. We can merge this into the hallway. Anything pressing? All right, join me in thanking our speakers. Thank you.
Hey sir, can you hear me from the Singapore? Hello, hello, can you hear us here? Check on it, BJ. Hi, can you hear us here?
Hi, Mr. Gaston. Can you hear us? Yeah, hello. Okay. So let me just understand. Do you want to talk in full screen first? Then after that, you will go to your presentation, or is that what you were saying just now? Oh, okay, sure. Then this is a way. Okay, sure. If anything you are ready, we will bring down the music, and then yeah, and then you can start talking. Okay. All right, sure. Hold on. Yeah, I can see you. Okay, hold on. Sure, hold on. We will be starting very soon. Okay, sure.
Here's Carsten from the German Wikimedia meeting space in Hamburg, Germany. Before I start my presentation, I will show you around. I'm in the Wiki contour in Hamburg. In the background of me, you see our photo background. And I show you around a little bit. There in the back is our kitchen area. And then we have our library. And the big screen for presentations over there. And that's about all here in this Wikimedia community space. And we have, of course, a cellar where we can store something. I will now show you my presentation. Yes. The topic is local meetings for and by the community. And in Germany, we have several of such rooms. I'm talking now here from the Kontor Hamburg, and we have one in Berlin, one in Hanover, in Cologne, and Munich. And Fürth Wiki is something special. That's more or less a local wiki, which is connected to Wikimedia in a certain way. Here you can see some pictures from our office. This is this here on the left bottom, that's the outside of this office. That's in Berlin. That's Fürth. That is inside the office in Hanover. People editing, and here we have students here in our office, and I'm sitting right here now. What do we do here in these meeting points? They are financed by Wikimedia Deutschland, and the local management is done here on the spot. We offer information about Wikimedia, Wiki Commons, Wiki loves anything, everything people ask. We do assist editors, new editors and old editors, and persons who are involved with an entry. They come to us and say, oh, that's not true, and I have a better picture of my uncle and all these things, and we must then sort it out what we can use and what we have to deny as requests. The local offices do also research in regional subjects, because we know our town best, and we do lists of monuments, list of so-called Stolpersteine. We are keeping a library. We participate in the regional activities, the Open Day Museum and the Open Heritage Site. We are doing a guided tour around here. This office, nearly all of the buildings around us are more or less on some heritage status. We cooperate with regional museums, art galleries, and artists for our enjoyment, and of course we help them to present themselves in a proper way. Some meeting points organizes after work meetings, so they cook together, and on the way home, members of the community stop by for 1 or 2 hours, as I would call it, eat and edit. We have also resources here for the community. The camera, we have a 360 degrees camera and a drone here. And of course, we have a lot of laptops for people who come by without any equipment that can work. Yes, we are then organizing visits to local points of interest, also based in the reach of the Wikimedia movement to get knowledge. And of course, other groups like juries for competitions and can meet here without further costs to the Wikimedia and Wikimania. Yes, we share sometimes the rooms with other organizations, which are also connected to open knowledge. Here in Hamburg, we had OpenStreetMap, Engineers for Water, Coding Da Vinci. In Munich, they have a group who is assisting pupils with their homeworks in this office. Here in Hamburg, we have this Deutscher Quizverein, which is also about knowledge, but a little bit different. And of course, I've talked about the first Fürth Wiki. They are more or less like a historical society, and they do their own research. And strictly speaking, Wikipedia is a guest in their office, but Wikimedia Deutschland is also funding their room in Fürth. Fürth is near Nuremberg, but they don't like that the way they say, for Nuremberg is a smaller town. Yes, what do you need to have such an open space here for the community? You need some dedicated members that are willing to run it for a longer period. We have here in Hamburg 3 members who are responsible in regards of all the finance, and they report to Wikimedia, and other members take responsible for special subjects, so organizing meetings, organizing tours for objects of interest, and one is responsible that we have always coffee and other drinks. And all the other members here in the Hamburg region are invited to take part in our activities and to organize others themselves. So we are in Germany are in the fortunate situation that Wikimedia Germany is a rich organization, rich chapter. But of course, not everywhere you have these resources. And so I have some ideas where you can do also something like that without getting a real office. Yes, one idea would be that perhaps members, companies have spaces where you can meet without going in, say, into the inner circles. So they have meeting rooms which they use on the daytime for meeting customers and making interviews with new employees, and you can just go in from the street. Of course, when you are in the position to use that, would be fine. And we have also we have visited shared office spaces where you can get a lot of extras when you, even if you have only a small room, that because they have meeting rooms and sometimes very large rooms where you're allowed to use, and when you make good friends with the other tenants there, you will be a good partner, I think, there. And of course, you can have asked local chambers of commerce. I think especially in America, they are interested in local things. The local library or a historical society, like they have done it in Fürth, where you can meet once a week or once a month. So that's the end of my presentation. Of course, here are all the images, always under a free license. And if you would like, I'm prepared to answer questions.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting to see what you can do locally. And I was wondering how much does Wikimedia Deutschland, how much money it costs to Wikimedia Deutschland to maintain one of these clubs, one of these wiki places?
Yes, I don't know. They pay the rent here. That used to be a shop. Our neighbor is a juveler, and we have a barber shop on the opposite side. So it's very small rooms. I think they pay about 900 euro per month as rent, and of course then we have expenses for drinks and snacks, which are also paid when we want to drink wine or beer. We have to pay it for ourselves, but that's no problem. And actually, I don't know, but it's somewhere in the papers.
Okay, so when the rent is, you said 900 euros per year.
Yes.
And per month. And there are, you said 6 of these.
Yes, the others are bigger. I think they pay more for the other ones.
More for rent. Okay, it's really
This
nice.
one is the smallest.
Okay, it's really nice, and I hope that it can be done also elsewhere in Europe, because it's a really nice thing to have.
Yes.
And really fosters the community.
A warm invitation for every Wikimedians which come to Germany. Have a look where the next office is and get in contact. And when you are not there at the regular hours, our community would like to welcome you as well on other dates.
Yes, I'm sad because I was in Berlin in June, didn't know anything about this. If I knew, I would have contacted the local wiki bar.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Goodbye to Singapore and have a good time there.
No. No, local wiki. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry?
Yes, I would wish goodbye to you in Singapore. Have a good time for the rest of the Wikimania.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's presentation about Wikidata for Education. This is a project and it's an initiative that aims to align the sum of all knowledge that we hold in Wikimedia with the school curriculum. And this presentation will be held by me, Deanne, and Justice today. And we hope you will like it and you will get an insight about this project and probably help to build and grow and push this project forward. So next slide, please. So I will first start by just giving an overview about the steps or the summary of this presentation. There will be an introduction and then explaining a bit what is Wikidata for those of you who are not familiar with the concept of Wikidata. And then we will explain the curriculum information as structured data. And then we will talk about why do we need to model the curriculum. And we will explain where are we right now at this project. And we will move to explain the curriculum data model that we came up with. And we will provide examples as we use Ghana's curriculum as an example to upload it on Wikidata using the data model. And we will move to where are we right now and what is next for us. And also we will explain the campaigns that we managed to do that resulted on top of this work. and data project. Next slide, please. So what is this project about? Wikidata for Education is an initiative that aims to improve the world's ability to access relevant data about school curricula and to simplify and automate finding and aligning open educational resources to national curricula. It's a project that aims to use technology to enhance learning experience and foster collaboration among educators. What we mean by that is that we have a lot of resources online, and at the same time, we don't know how to collect these resources and how to align them to the curriculums that exist in different parts of the world. Especially that curriculum differs from a country to another, names of levels and structure of the courses differs again from a country to another, but sometimes the names differ, but the content is the same. And we might be able to standardize all of this and to modelize all of it in one place where people can just query and get the information that they need in order to provide the resources or to support this educational system. So that's what the aim of this, like the main idea behind this project. Next slide, please. And to do so, we decided to use Wikidata. So we have a brilliant project that was introduced, and it's just, so Wikidata is technically a central storage of structured data that can be edited and read by humans and machines. And that's exactly what we needed. We needed a structure or storage where we can put the curriculum data in a readable way for people, humans, and for machines as well, so that we as people upload the data of the curriculums following the model that we will introduce, and at the same time we can query it in order for us to do some comparative analysis, in order to provide resources to study these specific curriculums, to compare between curriculums. Like, there are many use cases that can be held. So Wikidata, or the way we present these items or like these topics on Wikidata, is that each object is represented as an item, and each item can be described by a group of properties, and items can also be connected to each other using properties as well. So it's more of a connected network of nodes where each node represents an item. Next slide, please. So now that we managed to find which platform we will be using for this project, which is the Wikidata, we started also to think about how to upload this kind of information or the curriculum information to Wikidata. And to do so, we collected a few curriculums, and the structure of these curriculums was a bit tough to just, like, you cannot just copy paste information from the curriculum to the Wikidata or to any structured database, because the curriculums are represented under like textual format in documents such as PDFs. You can just find, or paper format, like each country can like write down their curriculums in a specific format, either PDFs, documents, on websites. So it's not really something they can just use easily. So we needed to translate this information or these curriculum to a model that could be used in any structured database, including Wikidata in our case. That's why we decided that we need a model to transform this information into a modelized information as well. So that's why we start working on the model, and we come up with a model that could englobe all the information about the curriculum in a more structured way. Yeah, next slide, please. Now, maybe you will ask, why even bothering yourself to model this whole curriculum and to put it in a structured way and to put it in a database? Why do we need all this? I will come up with a few scenarios and use cases, and then you will see how important this project is. Let's say you're a volunteer on Wikipedia, you are editing documents, and you decided that you want to edit write down articles that would support education somewhere, or that would be aligned with curriculum somewhere. In order for you to do that, you need to know which articles are missing, which articles exist, so that are aligned with the curriculum, so that you can either improve them or create them if they do not exist. How would you do that if you don't know what each curriculum is about, or what each curriculum is aligned with? So to do so, you can now do it actually with the model that we have in with the items that we upload in Wikidata. You can just write a simple query that we will show afterwards in this presentation, and then you can figure out which articles are missing and that are aligned with a specific curriculum in a specific country, and you can take the initiative and write down an article, and that's how you can easily help thousands of students to have a resource of information about a specific topic that would be aligned with their curriculum. A second scenario or like a use case that I can think of is, let's say there's like an educational company or like educational organization that wanted to support education somewhere. So they wanted to create a portal or like website where each student or like teacher can just go, type in the country, type in the level, and then they will type in also the subject, let's say mathematics, and they will just get the resources that would be aligned with their curriculum and for their specific level of education or stage of education. How would this, how would they do it if they don't have what kind of materials or resources are needed for this specific level? What kind of courses are taught, or like in a specific level for a specific country? How would they know? So for us, with this model, it's possible now to just run a query, and you will get the list of all the subjects in the courses for a specific level, for a specific country, and then you can, upload as many as resources that you want, and you can also explore what kind of curriculums or what kind of courses these countries are teaching for a specific level. Another use case that I can think of is, let's say I was a researcher, PhD candidate, and my main focus is actually education. I want to do something to improve education. And to start with, I need to do a comparative analysis between curriculums in different countries. I have no resource, like no baseline to start with. There is no core database where I can find these informations or where I can do some comparison. I cannot do that because the information of the curriculums are presented under PDFs and documents that you might get access to or you might not. So the idea behind this is to provide all this information somewhere and to centralize these so that anyone, absolutely anyone, can just go and do their comparison and compare between curriculums in different countries and different levels, and they can see what is lacking, what is good, what is probably what needs improvements, and they can come up with brilliant idea within their research that could probably boost education in this country or another one. The other like use case I can think of, maybe we just want to build an automated bot that would answer your question about a specific country for an educational level, saying like, hey, I want to get the curriculum for this country, for this level, and I want all the Wikipedia article aligned with it. You can't do this if you don't have this information as in a machine readable way. So in order for us to make education accessible by machines, by AI projects, we need to provide the data so that initiatives would start from there. These are like just basic use cases that I can think of, but there are like plenty of other use cases that you can come up with. And this is why this project is important. And this is what we are unlocking by modeling this information and by making it available on Wikidata. Next slide, please. Where are we now? So we've done the data collection, which means collecting all the curriculums that we needed. First, we studied multiple curriculums to understand the difference between curriculums. And then we come up with a data model that could, at the same time, keep the localized version of the curriculums, but also try to standardize these to make it easy for us to compare between them and to link between curriculums in different countries. So we provided a data model. And the third stage was about uploading data on Wikidata, respecting the model. And we run some campaigns, and we took Ghana as an example. And we managed to detect the missing articles in specific languages for specific levels of education. And there was a campaign that the user group managed to run there. And they created many articles that were aligned with curriculums, and they made this knowledge now accessible to students there. So it was a brilliant initiative from them as well. And we managed to see brilliant results out of it. And now we're in the final stage of the project, which is publishing the report, or like writing the report. So we're finalizing the report, and that will be published soon. And you can read it. It will be shared by us. And you can read it to get more in-depth, understanding of the project. So this is where we are now. We're in the final stage technically. Next slide, please. And this is a glance about the model. So this is like a simplified version of the model. It's pretty, complicated, I would say, but I managed to just show like how items will be created on Wikidata and how they will be connected. So we always start by the parent item on the left. It presents which curriculum we are trying to upload here. So we took Ghana, for example. So we are trying to upload the national curriculum of Ghana. And then this item is linked to different items that represents different level of education. So we have the first one representing the national curriculum of Ghana for high school, another one for secondary school, and it goes that way. And then for each level, we present the specific educational years. So it could be the first year of high school, second year of high school, third year of high school. Each one will be represented by an item. You move again to the next stage. And for each level, for each educational year, let's say the first year of educational, let's say the first year of high school, we will present again multiple items that would represent different subjects: math, social studies, physics, any kind of like subjects that we are teaching. And then after that, for each subject, we present the specific, let's say, courses that are taught. And within that, we also define which educational level this course belongs to, which subjects this course is aligned to. We also present the list of courses that are aligned to this subject. And for each course, we also specify the subparts of course, because some courses are like divided to like multiple subparts, and that's what we call their content standard. It's in the right of this slide. So I'm just here trying to share with you like an insight of how the items are created and how they are connected. We start from the basic or general item that represents which country we are trying to model here, and it goes down until the tiniest detail of the course, which is like the subpart of a specific course. And that's how the model that's how this whole concept is modelized. You can get more details about the model in like technical depth by checking the official page of the project, or also by reaching out to me. You can reach out to me, and you can get like to discuss many technical details if you're passionate about this. Next slide, please.
All right. So thank you so much, Skena, for all this wonderful presentation. Yes, so my name is Mohamed Kamaldin Fuseni. I go with the username DN Shitobu. And based on the model that Skena has explained, we managed to upload some curricular data on Wikidata. And this is just a QR code you can scan to get that. So I'm just going to demonstrate this for you to see quickly. So if we open this, on a new tab, we are going to find the uploaded information based on Ghana's curriculum. Now the model provided all the information we needed, the structure of how the items should look like, and that was how it was uploaded. And so this is how the Ghana's curriculum looks like. So this is social studies curriculum for basic 7, basic 8, basic 9, and for all the other 4 subjects. There are more. So we again uploaded, we tried to implement this project also in Uruguay. And this is a QR code for that one as well. Now, we're now thinking about what is the broader perspective of Wikidata with regards to curriculum information. And if you look at this QR code, you're going to find all the curricular data currently uploaded on Wikidata. And that is pretty much found here. Because of time, I would have loved to go into the nitty-gritty for you to find every item. But once you have this link, you'll be able to navigate through all the items. So for instance, if you come to Ghana, we have social studies curriculum for basic 7, social studies curriculum for basic 8, science, and all the subjects that are being studied for a particular level. When you go in there, you are able to find what are the core competencies, what are the content standards, what are the indicators, what will show that the student has learned. You're going to find all that as well. So we have uploaded content for Ghana and also Uruguay. Now, the data we have uploaded on Wikidata were linked to Wikipedia. We wanted to find out how these articles can make, these items can make reading Wikipedia or the articles on Wikipedia more useful. So we created some queries to find out the knowledge gap. This query you are seeing here takes us to the English articles on English Wikipedia for social studies curriculum for basic 7. If we run this, we're going to be having about 47 relevant articles linked to the Ghana's education curriculum for social studies curriculum for basic 7. Now, if this is compared with the French Wikipedia, the story changes. You are going to find that we don't have equal number of articles. That shows that there's a knowledge gap. Imagine someone who speaks French fluently and wants to be able to learn about the Ghana's curriculum on the French Wikipedia. Here we have 38 results, but on the English Wikipedia, we had 47. The same story goes for the Igbo Wikipedia. Let me do for Dagbani Wikipedia. Dagbani is a language that is spoken in Ghana. Amazing. So Ghana only have the Dagbani Wikipedia only have 3 relevant Wikipedia articles linked to the Ghana's curriculum for social studies. We also looked at the knowledge gap for the Tree Wikipedia, and currently it's being worked on so that we have a balance of articles. It used to be 1, now it is 11. It means that we are trying to fix the gap, and efforts are being made to fix this gap. You get to learn more about this in the campaign section. So what is next year? We are looking at getting the few properties that are left approved so that we'll be able to better visualize the kind of data we want to upload on Wikidata. Again, we also want to add more curricular information on Wikidata. If you had scanned the QR code for all the curricular data worldwide on Wikidata, you'll find that we have very little information looking at the number of countries, the number of courses, the number of subjects studied in different parts of the world, we have very little. So we are looking at scaling this up, getting more communities involved, getting more user groups involved, so that we get to upload relevant curricular data for each country on Wikidata, and also come up with front-facing applications that will be able to help people with non-technical backgrounds to just click away and be able to access this curricular data that has been uploaded. And this is going to help educate teachers, researchers, and also students to learn more about the relevant content that is found on Wikipedia, because we are looking at the total sum of human knowledge. So if Wikipedia and its sister projects are the total sum of human knowledge, we should have curriculum data. So we're going to continue the campaign of educating teachers, researchers, and students to better utilize Wikipedia and its sister projects. And again, we are looking at continuous improvement of the model while we expand on other curriculum, because different countries have got different curriculum structures. And for now, with the model that we have, it should work for every country. Perhaps there could be some changes or some little bit of bottlenecks that needs to be fixed. And yes, we will continuously update this curricular information. All right, Justice.
Hi, everyone. My name is Justice, and I am leading the campaign section on behalf of the Media Ghana user group on this campaign. Yeah, next slide. So the campaign essentially is to close the content gaps between the curriculum data uploaded to Wikidata and its corresponding articles. Next slide. So essentially, when we started this campaign, we were looking at the English Wikipedia and two other language Wikipedias, making it 3. So in total, we were working with English, Twi, and now the Ghana Wikipedia, which is still yet in incubator, but then there's a community working on it. Yeah, next slide. So essentially, what the campaign was to do is to create an overarching multi-part campaign that was going to improve the content in at least 2 subject areas. But then we ended up doing three subject areas, which was computing, science, and social studies. And then we're looking at the basic 7, 8, and 9. This was supposed to span a 3-month period, but then due to a number of projects or concern, we're able to scale it down to about 3 or 4 months. And then now we've been able to host a number of the campaigns that we've done so far. Next slide. So essentially, we've run campaigns in the 3 languages, but then when with regards to the Twi Wikipedia, due to the nature of the translations that they were supposed to work on, they've done 3 in-person events so far. We've had 1 English event, which is on social studies, and then 1 translation event for the Ghana Wikipedia in incubator, which also we were able to do a number of edits. So far there we've been able to do a number of campaigns on all the languages and all the language Wikipedias and the subjects. Now we are moving on to the next phase of the project, where we wrap up with the Twi Wikipedia, the English, and then the Ghana within this month. Next slide. So these are some photos from the campaigns that we did in the various languages. We did for social studies, we did for English, and then we did for we did for social studies in the English language, and then we've done for P and Jan. There are subsequent campaigns to be had within the space of the next 3 weeks, so that we wrap up the campaign as well. Next slide. Next slide.
My name is Nina Chachu. I am also known in Wikimedia as Abrewa, Accra Lady. My full-time job is head librarian at Ashesi University here in Ghana. I found it a lot more interesting than I was expecting. I was glad that it had links to Wikipedia and how to improve Wikipedia and the information that is there on Ghana. I think it's something really great. I think it will help the students, but I think it will actually help the teachers a lot.
My name is Ezekiel Adi, and I'm a social media strategist for the Multimedia Group. I think it's very important, especially someone who is in the space. It makes information access easy and also helps with collaboration. And in our context, people are able to have access to much more information and create diversity in the kind of information they put out there. My personal opinion or view of this workshop, I think it has really further brought out the really important issue about diversity and the need for multicultural content on Wikipedia. Yeah.
The next slide. So yeah, so far we've done campaigns in the Tree Wikipedia. We've also done campaign in the Ghana Wikipedia, which is an incubator. Next slide. So, like I mentioned earlier, we are in the last few weeks of this campaign, and we are learning a lot of things from this process. And hopefully, by the time we are done with all the campaigns and our reports are ready, there should be a significant change in how we approach some of this curriculum data, on both Wikidata and then on Wikipedia as well. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah, so these are my colleagues that led this presentation with me. Thank you.
Again, we thank you all for following this presentation, and yeah, we wish that you enjoyed it and that you've learned from it. And please feel free to reach out to any one of us if you want to learn more about the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to everyone around the world. Today our session will be focused on a new strategy or a new approach in terms of using it to be able to help get on board, help most new developers to get onboarded onto the Wikimedia technical community session as a whole. My name is Jarvis Darlington Kwashi, and I am the community lead for the African Wikimedia technical community. So I'll be taking you through this session, which wouldn't last long. Although we are starting a bit late, so I'm just going to try my best for us to be able to also complete this session on time. So first of all, we would like to get to know what is onboarding. So what onboarding is basically a process of integrating new developers into a community or an organization in order to be able to also help this organization to collaborate with new people and help them to be able to resolve certain issues or tasks that needs technical attention within their community, organization, or institution. Okay, so the importance of onboarding new developers, or the reason why we need to be able to onboard new developers is to be able to help them be like a valuable asset by their team, and also be able to also help them to reach their full potential. Also, onboarding process is a good process that can be able to also help developers to be able to speed up in terms of the learning process, or having the knowledge and required information in order to be able to also help them in terms of having the knowledge of the organization and how they can be able to bring new ideas and share new ideas, and help them to be able to automate certain tasks within the organization that becomes a bit difficult for the organization or the institution to be able to progress. Now, during the process of onboarding, sometimes it's quite challenging, it's quite exhaustive, and there are a whole lot of issues that do go through the process of onboarding new developers. But however, if there is a good strategy that is being implemented, it makes it much more easier to also onboard people onto their session, or into their organization at large. Okay. Sometimes it becomes very difficult due to timing that is also needed in order to be able to also onboard new developers. Aside that, sometimes the information or support that is currently needed for these new developers or new technical contributors to be able to go through them and know how best to contribute to the organization or institution becomes a bit difficult. And at times it becomes very difficult for them to be able to have the general knowledge, have the better understanding of how the organization operates. And I believe that if these kind of information are much more open to them, it makes it much more easier for them to be onboarded onto such institutions, organizations, and help these initiatives grow at large. So what is WikiCafe? WikiCafe is basically an approach that we've implemented in order to be able to also help new developers and come out with principles to support community collaboration and learning as well. Then with this place, it wouldn't be much more like a conference or a workshop, but it will be much more of like a community or a social event whereby experienced developers get to meet the new developers, interact with them, try to find out the problems or situations that they do encounter through their journey, then provide some form of guidance, assistance, and advice to them to be able to also help them learn from the RPS and learn and get much more involved within the projects that the organization or Wikimedia Foundation normally do work on or collaborate on. So one of the benefits of WikiCafe is to increase productivity. Since most new developers normally do find it a bit difficult to be able to also contribute to the Wikimedia technical infrastructure with the Wikimedia technical space, when this WikiCafe initiative has been developed or initiated, I do feel that it will increase productivity in a sense that it will make it much more easier than helping people who are searching for people who are looking for much more information or better understanding of how to contribute to events at large will know how best to be able to contribute to these projects at large without struggling or going through the necessary issues that experienced developers did go through before learning from their mistakes in order to avoid them. And it also helps to it will also help us to be able to reduce and improve intention. Then in terms of team culture too, it will strengthen the team culture in a sense that we will definitely be able to have diverse contributors within the technical space from different ethnicities and groups around the world, which will make it much more easier and much more open and diverse as well. And it will also get developers much more engaged in a sense that there will be much more collaborative and much more effectiveness within the community, the technical community at large. So how to set up a Wiki Cafe? That's one of the initiatives that I'm trying to come up with. And with a Wiki Cafe, before you set up a Wiki Cafe, you definitely need to find a dedicated space, an open area, right? That makes it much more easier and much more welcoming for contributors who are new within the technical space to feel free and express yourself and know how best to be able to collaborate with others. It should be a welcoming environment, as I said earlier, and it should also encourage participation from new contributors who do seek the ways and means in order to be able to contribute to the Wikimedia technical space, whilst they do have the skill, right? And also try to promote Wiki Cafe to new developers, then know how best to be able to also onboard them within these organizations or Wikimedia athletes and communities in order to be able to also support them and help them eradicate their issues without waiting for the foundation to be able to resolve such issues. Okay. So when running a successful Wiki Cafe, in order to be able to measure your metrics, in order to be able to know how successful the event or how successful the program went, first you have to be well prepared. And prepared in the sense that you have to have the right documentation from the certain management aspect to the whole the room management aspect to how to be able to coordinate the events and also how to make sure that most of the problems that will be expected within the community or will be expected within the events can be solutions will be much more available to be able to eradicate such issues at large. Then it should also be open to feedback in terms of having a feedback form or a feedback platform whereby people can be able to also share their feedback and help you to be able to also prepare and improve upon your Wiki Cafe initiatives at large. And as a leader of Wiki Cafe, too, you should be open to learning new ideas and new initiatives from people and learning how to be able to also incorporate their suggestions or feedbacks into your future events or your future projects at large. So with the FAQ, if there are any questions online, I think you can be able to also feel free and ask your questions online. If there aren't any questions too, we can be able to also move on. Okay. So, with my questions that I already do have, is what if I don't have the time to be able to set up a Wiki Cafe? What can you be able to do? That's why there is a team. If you do have a team, it makes it much more easier, even if you are not around. Your team can be able to also help you to be able to set up a Wiki Cafe. And what if my team is much more remote? Yes, organizing a remote session or a remote events. Not all events are much more in person. Sometimes organizing a remote event makes it much more easier for people who do come from long distances can be able to also join these kind of sessions, then take one or two educative feedbacks, or let me say, learn a lot from these kind of remote sessions at large. And what if my team too is new to open source, right? Once it's it's new to open source, it makes it much more easier in a sense that you also being able to also train people from diverse background makes it easier in terms of you starting from the bottom and growing up with them, and it makes it easier for you to be able to also retain them within the community. Okay, so with the breakout session, what we were supposed to basically do is to be able to also discuss how WikiCafe can be used in your teams, write solutions on a Google Jamboard, then select one lead to present your solution. Okay. Okay. So once the breakout section taxes is done, then we can be able to also share that with me via email. Then we will know how best to be able to improve upon our sessions. Thank you. Okay. Okay, let's see.
you.